Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, what I thought we could do is go through all of the IEB scene poems and just briefly talk about their differing themes and messages, tones, structure, and some of the poetic devices that you need to look out for in these poems. So it's going to be a short video just running through all these different ideas. I definitely would suggest that you write these words down that I'm going through because these words are really helpful, even if you're not really explaining the tone. Maybe the question's not even about the tone in the poem. These words can help you explain yourself and what you mean with regard to that particular poem. So our first poem that we'll look at is Go Lovely Rose. So the theme and message of this poem is Carpe Diem, to seize the day, obsession, infatuation, time and mortality, and how beauty should be celebrated. The tone of this poem is brazen, blunt, assertive, confident. In the last stanza, it's slightly threatening when he tells the rose to die, frustrated, persuasive. The structure, we have a regular rhythm, the rhyme scheme of A, B, B in each stanza. We have long lines which rhyme with each other and short lines which rhyme with each other. It's a very rigid structure and it's a lyric poem. The poetic devices that we can see are apostrophe, personification, metaphor, and symbolism. There are more, those are the main ones. In this summary, literally there's a lot more to say about each of these poems, but I'm trying to keep it short and just tell you the sort of main things that you can go look for in your notes when you are revising. The discardment, the theme and message, inequality, disparity between classes and races. The tone is reflective, joyous, cynical, and ironic. The structure is free verse. The first few lines is what the item means to the speaker. The next section is the ironic celebratory reaction, and the last few lines are reflection. Some poetic devices that you can see are sibilance, anaphora, and enjambment. Moving on to Sonnet 104, the themes and message could be mortality, beauty is temporary, it's not everlasting, love, beauty versus time, aging and decay. So the tone would be loving, sincere, reflective, earnest, and assertive, only in the rhyming couplet. It's an English or Shakespearean sonnet, 14 lines, iambic pentameter, 3 quatrains which set out the case of the argument, and the rhyming couplet which provides the twist or conclusion, and we have our rhyme scheme of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, G. Some techniques you can see are enjambment, alliteration, simile. The poem Remember. The theme or message would be remembrance, death, legacy, mourning and dealing with grief or loss, the pain of remembrance, love and sacrifice. The tone shifts. In the octave, it's commanding and assertive. In the sestet, it's more reflective, forgiving, and melancholic. The structure of the poem is a Petrarchan or Italian sonnet, 14 lines, octave and sestet. The volta shows the shift, and that is seen in the word yet. The rhyme scheme A, B, A, C, D. Some poetic techniques you can find would be a euphemism, alliteration, and repetition. For Wimpit, the theme or message, human connection, the impact on each other's lives, positive influence, support systems, people to inspire, motivate, and help you heal, mental health. The tone is reflective, nostalgic, thankful, contemplative, admiring. With regards to the structure, we see enjambment, free verse poem, parentheses, and direct speech. Some techniques you can find would be metaphor and symbolism. Moving on to the poem Touch, the theme and message could be human connection, the types of touch, positive and negative, imprisonment and dehumanization, and perhaps also human longing. The tone is desperate, sincere, pleading, heartfelt, honest, longing, and perhaps vulnerable. The structure, we use enjambment, free verse, fragmented short lines. Always think about the structure as what its effect could be and how it links to the message or the theme of the poem. So definitely try and make that connection. And some techniques could be alliteration, repetition, and transferred epithet. Ozymandias. Theme and message, man versus nature, man versus time, the power of nature, the ignorance of man, the pitfalls of arrogance, legacy, and mortality. In this poem, there's a lot of shifts in terms of tone. We start off quite reflective and matter of fact. Then when Ozymandias is proclaiming himself to be powerful on the pedestal of the statue, he comes across as confident and arrogant. And then lastly, the comment that's been made is said in a sarcastic and reflective tone. The structure is a Petrarchan or Italian sonnet, 14 lines, an octave of 8 lines, sestet of 6 lines. There's enjambment in the poem. The rhyme scheme is A, B, A, B, A, C, D, C, E, D, E, F, E, F. So this is not typical of a Petrarchan or Italian sonnet, so it does deviate slightly from that structure. There's direct speech, there's an example of ellipsis, and there is caesura. Some techniques: alliteration, oxymoron, sibilance, and juxtaposition. Next we have Namaqualand after rain. So our theme or message over here is being in awe of nature, the beauty of nature, rebirth and revival, the cycle of nature and the cycle of life. The tone is of admiration, it's a contemplative tone, and it's joyous. The structure, 8 stanzas of 4 lines each, lyrical rhyme. And the poetic devices, we could see imagery, alliteration, and personification. The poem Cockroaches, we can see the literal and the figurative interpretations of the theme and message. So literal, cockroaches and their treatment, and figurative is as an extended metaphor about any form of oppression and mistreatment of people. The tone is contemplative towards the end of the poem in the final 2 stanzas. At the beginning, the first 2 stanzas is quite cruel. The structure could be free verse, use of enjambment, short lines, and in the poetic devices column, we've got extended metaphor and synecdoche. Moving through the silent crowd, some of our themes or message could be unemployment, lost potential, action versus inaction, class differences. The tone is hopeless, critical, condescending at times, and disillusioned. The structure, we have 4 stanzas of 4 lines each, and we can see that links to the sense of monotony and sense of hopelessness. And the poetic devices, we can see are transferred epithets, sibilance, and metaphor. Mirror. The theme and message we see here is aging, mortality, beauty, and its link to identity. The tone is certain, confident, reflective, and matter of fact. The structure is made up of 2 stanzas. We have enjambment and caesura. And our poetic devices, we can see metaphor, paradox, personification, and simile. Strangers Forever. The theme or message of Strangers Forever is the solitary journey of life, the extent to which we truly know ourselves and others. The tone is sincere, certain, thoughtful, reflective, matter of fact. We have, in terms of structure, 1 stanza, enjambment, uneven lines, and question marks. In terms of poetic devices, we have an extended metaphor, we have other metaphors and symbolism, and repetition. The Sun Rising. For the Sun Rising, the theme and message is the strength and power of love, life as a microcosm of the universe. The tone is confrontational, condescending, brazen, assertive, and demanding. This is how the speaker is addressing the sun in this very confrontational manner. The structure, we have 3 stanzas of 10 lines each with an A, B, B, A, C, D, C, E, E in each stanza. That's the rhyme scheme in each stanza. It's a dramatic monologue, and we have varied line lengths with a question mark. The poetic devices we see are metaphors, alliteration, and apostrophe. Next, we have Nobody Loses All the Time. The theme and message over here is life and death, failure, meaning or purpose of life. The tone is cynical, sarcastic, reflective, and flippant. The structure could be seen to have limited capital letters, limited punctuation, free verse, enjambment, varied line lengths, and some of the techniques could be irony, repetition, and hyperbole. Next, we have Will It Be So Again? So our theme and message is politicians are corrupt and power hungry, the tragedy of war, the promise of longing for peace, holding politicians accountable, and the duality of politicians. The tone is melancholic, angry, cynical, adamant, resigned, and bitter. So depending on where you are in the poem, you would use a different one of these words to describe that particular tone of that stanza or line. The structure is enjambment, caesura, long sentences, making it a slow pace, rhetorical questions, fixed rhyme scheme. Apologies for the typo there. It's fixed rhyme scheme. A, B, C, B, A in each stanza. Some poetic techniques: repetition, euphemism, simile, metaphor, symbolism, and metonymy. And lastly, the tenant. The theme and message is heartbreak, relationships, the struggle of moving on. The tone is vulnerable, reflective, and sincere. The structure is 5 stanzas, free verse, caesura, and enjambment are used, and the poetic techniques could be extended metaphor. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you found that video helpful. Please remember to like, this video and to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Remember by Christina Rossetti. Some background on the poet. Christina Rossetti was born in 1830 and she died in 1894. She was an English poet, but her father was Italian. She developed a thyroid disorder and she died of cancer. Her writing was inspired by many poets who came before her, and her poetry inspired and continues to inspire poets who have come after her. If we look at the title of the poem, it is Remember, which it's a nice simple title and it encompasses the main message or the theme of the poem, which is remembrance. This poem is a Petrarchan or Italian sonnet, which we'll discuss more when we get into a detailed analysis of the structure, but it is split into an octave and a sestet, so let's analyze the octave first. Remember me when I am gone away, gone far away into the silent land, when you can no more hold me by the hand, nor I half turn to go, yet turning stay. Remember me when no more day by day you tell me of our future that you planned. Only remember me, do you understand? It will be late to counsel, then or pray. So we start off, and it's a really demanding way to start off because she starts with an imperative verb. She says, remember. She starts with a command. Me shows that this is a personal poem. This is an authentic conversation that she's having with her lover or with her beloved. She says, remember me when I'm gone away, gone far away into the silent land. The repetition of gone emphasizes to her lover that she will die soon. There is this finality to her death, which is also seen through far away. Into the silent land, this is a euphemism, and we see this euphemism used throughout the poem. This is a euphemism for death. It makes the tone less depressing and allows the focus of the poem to be on the memory and not of the tragedy of her death. When you can no more hold me by the hand. So when she's speaking directly to the beloved, it's almost like we've interrupted this conversation that they've had. You can no more, the use of no really emphasizes the fact that she's no longer going to be there. Hold me by the hand, notice the alliteration there. It's quite a soft sound. Holding someone by the hand is a romantic gesture, it's a symbol of love, but it's also something physical, and she is trying to impart to the listener that she will not be physically present, but she still wants to be remembered. Nor I half turn to go, yet turning stay. So this line may seem confusing at first, but what she's saying here is that she knows she's about to die, so she's sort of half turned towards death, but she knows that she cannot stay. She knows that she cannot stay with her beloved. She doesn't have a choice. She has to go. She has to accept death. And this makes us think that perhaps this is quite a personal poem because of Rossetti's own trouble with illness, that maybe she is trying to warn her beloved in this poem on a very personal level. We have the repeated remember here. Remember me when no more day by day. This really emphasizes her pleas for him to remember her. No more day by day. This is also repeated and emphasizes that she will not be there any longer. Day by day, this can show that they spent every day together. She wants to be remembered day to day, but also perhaps that they've been spending every day together. You tell me of our future that you planned. And so here she is emphasizing the deepness of this relationship, that is long-lasting. Notice the use of the pronoun our. This is a long-lasting, serious relationship, and they have a future that they have developed together. Their future is planned for them to share, and she is now remarking how she's not going to be able to experience that future that he's planned. Notice the colon here to show now there's going to be an explanation or elaboration on the previous point. Only remember me. This is her only request. She uses the word only to emphasize that. The semicolon emphasizes what has just been said. Stop, take it in before continuing. You understand, it will be late to counsel then or pray. She says it will be too late to advise me or to pray for me when I'm dead. The only thing you can do now is remember me. So keep that in mind, the message of the octave, and now we're going to move on to the sestet, which is a remarkable shift. Yet if you should forget me for a while, and afterwards remember, do not grieve. For if the darkness and corruption leave a vestige of the thoughts that once I had, better by far you should forget and smile, than that you should remember and be sad. This is such a beautiful and authentically written poem. The yet is called the volta in this particular type of sonnet, which is a shift in the message and the tone. So the yet is a really important word there. And now she's going to completely counteract and contradict what she's just said. She says, if you forget me for a while, she realizes that he might not remember her at every moment. So now she's becoming a little bit more realistic as opposed to this imperative, demanding tone that she carried throughout the octave. And afterwards, remember, do not grieve. She says, so if you forget me, because it's natural to forget someone for a little bit of time, and then afterwards you remember, she says, don't feel bad, don't feel guilty about it. And then we have the colon, which is going to show she's going to explore this idea further. For if the darkness and corruption leave, and so now she's going to reference her death once again, using this sort of euphemistic language, but darkness is representing her death. She has gone into the darkness, the unknown. Perhaps this alludes to her fear of death in some way, but also in the sense that we don't know what happens to people after they die. And the corruption she's referring to here is that her body has been corrupted by illness. And she's going to remark here how she doesn't want to be remembered as just because she's died, or also she doesn't want to be remembered as the person that she was after her body has been corrupted. And so she says this darkness and corruption, if they're going to leave a vestige of the thoughts once I had, if they're going to leave a remnant or a trace of what I once used to be, the speaker does not want to be remembered in the sense of her death or of the remnant of what she was due to her illness. These are negative ways to be remembered, and she realizes she doesn't want her beloved to be consumed by thoughts of her in this way. And so then we're going to have this little conclusion and the last two lines where she's going to go back on what she said in the octave and come to this understanding that maybe it's better for him to forget about her if it's going to be remembrance in a negative way. Better by far you should forget and smile than that you should remember and be sad. She says it's rather better if you forget about me and you smile, you enjoy life, than if you remember and you are sad about it. There's a complete shift, a complete change. And I think this really emphasizes the extent of the speaker's love for her beloved, how she's willing to self-sacrifice, how she's willing to say, you can forget me as long as you're going to be happy, even though we can see she does at the beginning really desperately want to be remembered. As the speaker comes to the realization that remembering her for eternity might cause her beloved additional pain after he has already mourned her death after her passing, she realizes that she must let go of this desire. As we spoke about earlier, the structure of this poem is a Petrarchan or Italian sonnet, and a sonnet typically is 14 lines. It usually presents an argument of sorts, and it follows the speaker's thinking until a conclusion is reached. And so in this way, the structure is really appropriate to the message or to the tone and even the entire intention of this poem. The octave is 8 lines, the sestet is 6 lines, the volta shows the change or the shift, and it is in line 9. There is an A-B BA rhyme scheme. The tone of the poem starts off really commanding and assertive, and then it morphs into becoming reflective, forgiving, and melancholic. The mood is contemplative and melancholic. The theme and the message. It's quite ironic because she goes back on herself, she contradicts herself. So from the title, we expect that this is going to be the message about remembering someone after their death. But then later on, she contradicts that and she says, rather you should forget. So it's an ironic theme or message. The death of a physical person versus the death of a person's legacy. So this idea that a person can keep on living through memory. Memory, remembrance, and legacy are also key themes. Another key theme is mourning and dealing with grief or loss. The pain of remembrance, and it's also not just about remembrance, but it's about how we are remembered, which is significant. And that's what the speaker comes to the realization of in this poem. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please do like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, we're going to be unpacking the poem Go Lovely Rose by Edmund Waller. So a little bit of information about our poet. This is always important so we can understand the poem and its message in context. Edwin Bowler was born in 1606 and he died in 1687. He was an English poet and he was a member of parliament from quite a young age. He was involved in a conspiracy and eventually exiled after avoiding the death sentence. So if you're interested in an interesting historical story, I would definitely advise that you read up on this man. And he is known for writing lyric poems, so they're filled with emotion and musicality, and Go Lovely Rose is one of his more famous ones, and it definitely includes that emotion and musicality. Go lovely rose, tell her that wastes her time in me, that now she knows when I resemble her to thee, how sweet and fair she seems to be. So before we even get into it, let's talk a little bit about context or a little bit about what we're dealing with in this poem. So firstly, the symbol of the rose is very important in this poem. A rose represents love, beauty, and romance, but we also know that roses can represent fragility because they will die. They are mortal and they are going to die quite quickly after you harvest them. And this is going to show this theme of running out of time. So in this poem, the speaker is talking to this rose, and because he's sending this rose to this woman who has seemingly rejected his advances in the past and who he really wants to be with. So he's sending this rose as a gift, but also to send a message to the speaker. No, to the recipient. The speaker is sending the message to the recipient or to this woman that he admires and he wants to be with. And he's going to basically give the rose instructions in every single stanza on what it should be saying to the woman that he's interested in. And so every single stanza he's going to highlight a different aspect of the rose, and he's going to draw comparisons between the rose and the woman that he desires, and he hopes that through this gift of the rose the woman will be convinced to go out with him. So it's a bit of an old-fashioned idea of courtship, so just keep that in mind. So it is slightly different to what we would expect these days, I would say. So Go Lovely Rose, we start off that first line, a repetition of the title, and he is starting with the verb. Actually, the first two lines he starts with the verbs. He's giving this commanding instruction. He's demanding of the rose. And he uses something called apostrophe. This is a figure of speech apostrophe. Apostrophe is when you address an inanimate object as though it is a human being, right? So he's talking to the rose as though he's talking to a human being. There is personification in there as well because it's giving the rose the ability to communicate. Through this apostrophe, he's basically giving us the impression that the rose has the ability to communicate and to speak all these different things. And so through this apostrophe, he's emphasizing the rose's power, which he hopes that the rose is going to have this power to persuade this woman to be with him. Tell her that wastes her time in me. He says, this rose must go and tell this woman that she is wasting her time and she's also wasting my time. That now she knows, here we have alliteration there, so that adds to the lyrical nature of this poem. When I resemble her to thee, so when I compare, she's going to see the comparison between the rose and herself. So there we have the metaphor, the rose is being compared to the woman or the woman is being compared to the rose. How sweet and fair she seems to be. Sweet and fair, we're going to see that repeated later on. He thinks that she is beautiful and he wants to be with her, but this she seems to be, perhaps the speaker references here that he doesn't know the woman all too well. Maybe he thinks she's sweet and fair, but pleads with her to stop wasting both of their time so that they can get to know each other more. Notice the assonance, sweet and seems, that's also creating that sort of lyrical and musical effect. So in this stanza, we're going to break down per stanza why the speaker thinks that the woman should be with him. Stanza 1, because of her beauty. She's very beautiful, she should not waste her time, and she should not waste his time, and she should be with the speaker. Stanza 2, tell her that's young, and shuns to have her graces spied, that hadst thou sprung in deserts where no men abide, thou must have uncommended died. So over here, he is going to once again command the rose. You can see tell, he is demanding the rose and the woman that he is sending the rose to. And he uses this anecdote or this imagery or this little story where he says, imagine that you have this rose that has, like this rose that I'm presenting you, it has sprung up in the middle of the desert, but there's no one to actually watch it or to notice or appreciate this rose's beauty. And he says, well, then this rose is just going to uncommented die. It's just going to die unappreciated. Does her beauty even exist? So shunned means persistently ignored. To have her grace espied means to have her beauty observed. So if someone is going to consistently reject to have their beauty appreciated, and this is a representation of the speaker's perspective of beauty, he says, it's like this beautiful rose that sprung up in the desert, where no men abide, meaning where no people are present to see it. And so it has died uncommented, it has died without receiving any praise. So this anecdote of the beautiful flowers springing up in the empty or isolated desert with no one to witness or admire the beauty, the speaker relates that her beauty is wasted if no men are around it to appreciate it. So he says, if you don't have your beauty appreciated, then it's like it doesn't even exist at all. Then it's uncommented, died. It's nothing. So the second stanza, what's his reasoning for the fact that the woman should be with him? Well, that she's very beautiful, but if her beauty does not go appreciated, then, is it really beauty at all? Small is the worth of beauty from the light retired, bid her come forth, suffer herself to be desired, and not blush so to be admired. In this stanza, the speaker is saying that that the woman should be with him because she should be proud of her beauty. So going off from the previous stanza, he's like, if your beauty is not appreciated, then sort of what's the point? He says, rather, you should be proud of your beauty. So he says, beauty is nothing unless if it's appreciated, and to him, being appreciated means that it's in the spotlight, that it's admired by men. He says, bid her come forth. So now he goes sort of back to his mission. He uses the verb again. He's like being commanding. So he tells the rose to make the woman come forward, suffer herself to be desired. So at first he says she might suffer. She may struggle with this idea that she should be desired, but she must just accept it. Suffer herself to be desired. It may be a challenge at first, but then she must get over it, and she must accept being desired. This is what the speaker's saying. And not blush so to be admired. He says she should not be ashamed of her beauty. She should bask and be proud. She should bask in the compliments and be proud of her beauty, not recede from it. Then the last stanza, where he gets even more dramatic, he says, then die, that she the common fate of all things rare may read in thee, how small a part of time they share, that are so wondrous, sweet, and fair. So in this stanza, he is going to basically communicate this idea that beauty has a shelf life. And he says the final reason why the woman should be with him is because you are going to lose all your beauty soon. You'll die like everything else, but also your beauty will die, your beauty will fade. So sort of seize the moment and be with me now while your beauty is still long-lasting. Then die. This is the instruction to the rose and to the woman, perhaps, the potential lover. And he tells the rose to die. And we have this exclamation mark in the middle of the line. So that's an example of caesura, when there's this very dramatic pause in the middle of a line. And that exclamation mark indicates the demanding nature and the frustrated tone of the speaker. Notice the enjambment in the first two lines, that she, the common fate of all things rare. And this enjambment, the run-on lines, emphasizes how time is passing, right? The clock is ticking, your beauty is fading. The common fate of all things rare. This is such a wonderful line, I think, because there's a little bit of a contradiction, because he's talking about a common and then rare. But what he means, this is like the fundamental message of the poem, is he says, all beautiful things die. So he hopes that when the woman sees the rose die, she will understand the mortality of her own beauty and will be motivated to seek the speaker. May read in thee, meaning that hopefully when she sees you die, when she sees the rose die, she's going to come to terms with this idea, and she's going to figure out that she needs to make the best of the beauty while she has it. And then the last two lines, it's sort of this general statement where he sums everything up. He says, how small a part of time they share that are so wondrous, sweet, and fair. So he talks about the qualities of roses and the qualities of the women's beauty. He says you have limited time to experience their beauty. And you see sweet and fair repeated from the first stanza, so the sort of cohesion to the piece. So in terms of the structure, we have a rhyme scheme, A, B, A, B, B. We have a regular rhythm, the lines alternate, we have short and long lines, all the short lines rhyme, and then the long lines rhyme together. There's a lot of use of imperatives as well, where he's being very commanding and demanding. The structured nature of the poem emphasizes that the speaker is making a calculated argument. It is a lyric poem, but he is making this argument it's very well thought out. It's not just a typical love poem in the sense of, if you think of some love poems, which is just free verse where he's just like expressing his love. No, he's making a calculated argument as to why this woman should be with him, and so therefore we have a very structured, the structure is quite structured and precise and calculated. The theme and the message: seize the day, or you can call it carpe diem, seize the day, obsession, infatuation and lust, time and mortality, how beauty should be celebrated and how it is mortal, that it does fade, and physical beauty is also very much a key theme. The mood is quite passionate, the tone is brazen, blunt, assertive, confident, frustrated, and the last stanza a little bit threatening, so depending on where you are, what lines you are referencing, you can use different words to really unpack that. It's definitely a one-sided poem in the sense that we don't know what the woman's all about, or we don't know much history, but all we know is that the speaker is sending this message of the rose in an attempt to convince the woman to be with him. We don't know if he's successful or not with this strategy. I hope that you found that video helpful in terms of your understanding on the poem. Please remember to watch my video on how to unpack scene poetry questions, and I even have a video on IEB paper 1, just going through all of the different techniques or all the different strategies I would advise when you're attempting a 3-hour paper. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be unpacking the poem The Discardment by Alan Paton. So firstly, a little bit of information about our poet so that we can understand the context of the poem better. He was a South African writer who lived between 1903 and 1988. He was an anti-apartheid activist, and he was involved in politics by resisting the National Party. He wrote the famous novel Cry the Beloved Country, which was published in 1948. Interestingly, 1948 was the year that apartheid officially started, with the National Party being elected into power. So let's have a look at our title, The Discardment. So discardment, to discard means to throw something away. Discardment is the noun or form of that word. It is something that is no longer valuable that you would like to get rid of. It is not specified what this particular item is. What's important to know about this item is only the fact that it is not valuable anymore and that it needs to be thrown out. This sort of lack of specificity regarding the item can also link to the fact that this might be a universal poem, can apply to many different people's contexts, but at the same time the use of just the word discardment instead of actually specifying what the item is just emphasizes that the only thing important to know about this in reading the poem and understanding the message of the poem is the fact that it is no longer needed. It is a sort of useless, valueless item. The use of the is quite interesting because it's a definite article, and so this can maybe speak to the fact that the speaker is reflecting on a specific incident where this discardment was given over and received this reaction. So we can understand this title as being important in our unpacking of the message as we go through the poem. We gave her the discardment. We gave her a discardment, a trifle, a thing no longer to be worn, its purpose served, its life done. She put it on with exclamations, her eyes shone, she called and cried, the great bulk of her pirouetted. She danced and mimed, sang snatches of a song. She called out blessings in her native tongue, called to her fellow servants, to strangers and passers-by, to all the continent of Africa, to see this wonder, to participate in this intolerable joy. So the first stanza starts off with we. an inclusive first person pronoun, and we can understand that this poem is from the perspective of this rich white family. Her refers to this African domestic worker or servant who is not as rich as the white family she works for. The pronouns indicate a sense of division between these two groups of people, even though obviously the domestic worker is in the singular, and it really emphasizes how they're going to have differing perspectives on caring for or with regard to this discardment. A discardment has really negative connotations. It's no longer wanted or needed. It's a meaningless thing. It's useless. It's to be thrown away. And it's not a specific item here. The detail is unimportant, and the lack of detail emphasizes how the speaker, who is from the white family, does not care about the item at all. It isn't important what the thing is, but rather how it shows inequality in the races through the servant's reaction to this thing that the white family is merely discarding. A trifle, a thing no longer to be worn. So, a trifle means something insignificant or unimportant. A thing no longer, the white family has no use for it, to be worn. The listing of the ways in which this thing is useless emphasizes how useless this item is, in the sense that there's nothing that would be a good use for this item. Its purpose served, its life done. Those 3 lines end with this full stop. The idea that this item has come to an end in terms of its worth to this rich family. And that full stop signifies now a change, because now we're going to see a contrast to what the domestic worker is going to think about this item that she has just been given. We are now going to see her overreaction to this gift in inverted commas, because it's really not a gift, it's more of an item that has just been given. The first few lines build up this idea that the discardment is useless and meaningless, and then the reaction is indicative of how this object, really doesn't matter what it is, as we spoke about earlier, it can be viewed from 2 vastly different perspectives, the rich family versus the poor servant. She put it on with exclamations. Exclamation means great excitement, excited cheers. Her eyes shone. Here we have the imagery of her eyes shining, emphasizes her elation. She called and cried. The alliteration of that harsh C sound showcases how her excitement is vocal and loud. The great bulk of her pirouetted. Dancing is a symbol of joy. It's gleeful, it's elated. She danced and mimed, sang snatches of a song. She called out blessings in her native tongue. She and she at the start of those lines, that anaphora, the repetition of a word or phrase at the start of subsequent lines, emphasizes how many joyous reactions she shows. She shows her joy in a multitude of ways. She is jubilant. Danced, as we said, has really positive connotations. Also notice how it's talking danced, mimed, sang, called. These are actions that people do when they're joyous. It shows that joy has overtaken her entire sort of way about her, that the way that she's acting is so joyous. She's not just feeling it, but she's acting on it. This sang snatches the alliteration of the sibilant sound there, emphasizes the joy, and it mimics the sound of a song. We have this like mood of joyousness, of jubilation. It's almost like this this domestic worker, she is ecstatic about this gift, once again in inverted commas. In her native tongue, in her mother tongue, if you just think about when you're really excited about something, you automatically will go to your mother tongue language to express that joy. So this really emphasizes her joy. She's talking away. She's so appreciative and excited that even she alludes to some sort of prayer in her way of calling out blessings. Called to her fellow servants. Called is repeated. Her joy is continuous. It keeps going and growing. To her fellow servants. Why did she call to her fellow servants? Because they would understand her joy. They would understand her jubilation at receiving this discardment. And here the next 3 lines all start with to, so once again anaphora, which emphasizes the extent of the joy. and so many people are now involved in her joy. This is such a momentous occasion. To strangers and passers-by, everyone must share in this joy. To all the continent of Africa, this is an example of hyperbole. It's an over-exaggeration that everyone in Africa would be aware of this. But the use of Africa as the continent obviously is significant because we know Africa sort of connotes this idea of the gap or the disparity between the rich and the poor being quite extreme in Africa. And so we are using that sort of allusion to really drive home, well, not we, but the speaker is using that allusion to drive home that message of disparity and inequality. To see this wonder, that's also hyperbolic. And it's ironic because this is not a wonder at all. This is a discardment that she has just received. This is not something so, that should elicit such jubilation. It is not a wonder. It is the receiving of a discardment. To participate in this intolerable joy. So to participate in this intolerable joy, notice the enjambment there, the enjambment showing the continuation of this elation and this celebration. But intolerable joy is a really important line to understand, and I'm sure when they ask you this poem, they will probably ask you something along about this line. So if you think about intolerable joy, it is a form of an oxymoron. An oxymoron is when you have two words next to each other that are completely opposite. And so we can understand this as an oxymoron because if something's intolerable, it means it's unable to be endured. It's unbearable. It's insufferable. It can't be sort of accepted. It's intolerable. Yet joy signifies joy and happiness, and usually you want to prolong joy and happiness. So you can understand why this doesn't make sense automatically, why it's an oxymoron. It's a form of contradiction. And we can understand this in two ways. In the simple sense, it's that she is so excited by this gift that she can hardly bear it. Once again, that gift in inverted commas. But on the other hand, we can see a more deeper message, and this oxymoron comments on the irony that this discardment is bringing the servant so much joy, and it's coming from the rich family's garbage. It's unbearable to witness this form of overreaction to the receiving of this discardment. And so for nothing is purchased loyalty and trust, and the unquestioning obedience of the earth's most rare simplicity. So for nothing, the destruction of a world. While the first stanza gave us an indication of what this item meant to the rich family versus to the poor servant, in the second stanza we now have a reflection on how the giving of this worthless item, this nothing, has earned the family trust and loyalty and respect from the servant. And so for nothing, the use of nothing really shows what the discardment actually truly is. The discardment secures a valuable thing even though it is worth nothing. It emphasizes the theme of the disparity between the rich and the poor, and the fact that the nothing has purchased loyalty and trust is paradoxical. It doesn't seem to make sense of how something so insignificant can yield so much, or something so deep and so powerful in exchange. Purchased, this is used ironically because nothing has actually been purchased, nothing has actually been bought, but in exchange what has happened is the rich family has given over this discardment to the servant, and the servant has repaid them, even though that's something paradoxical. Why should she repay them for giving away something that they were going to throw away? But she has given them this loyalty and this trust. These are very major things, very important or very significant ideas to gain, especially in exchange for something so insignificant. And the unquestioning obedience, such a dangerous sort of grouping of words, because unquestioning is like you don't question anything, you just go along with something, and obedience is when you're following orders. So this is this complete and utter trust that's been earned by a mere discardment. If you think about the reaction of joyous elation and the unquestioning obedience that is mentioned here, it's almost innocent, vulnerable, even somewhat childlike because of its sense of naivety. It sort of indicates that the rich family is able to take advantage of this servant, and that is incredibly, unfortunate and troubling. Of the earth's most rare simplicity, simplicity. What is the earth's most rare simplicity? I suppose you can think of this in different ways. My interpretation would be the sense of loyalty and trust, this deep bond that has been created between the rich family and the poor servant as a result of this giving over of this discardment that has earned the family so much trust and so much love and loyalty. So for nothing, here we have that repetition, just emphasizing this is not a fair trade. This is a depressing, a despairing realization. The destruction of a world. We can understand that line in a number of ways. So a world, what does the world signify? It could be signifying South Africa and how South Africa has been destroyed as a result of this inequality and this disparity between people, that South Africa itself has been destroyed. In the sense that people are indoctrinated to expect nothing or to expect less and give over so much more. It could also be talking about a world in terms of black pride and dignity and self-worth. This excessive reaction to something so simple is really troubling. It could also be representative of a world being the world order, and what's been destroyed here, the world order of respecting people and ensuring equality and maintaining the dignity of others. The poem is ironic. It is unexpected that a woman would appreciate this worthless item so much. It has a very upsetting message as it shows the disparity and inequality in South Africa. The structure of the poem. The first few lines is what the item is to the speaker. The rest of stanza 1 is this ironic celebratory reaction. Stanza 2 is a reflection. The tone and the mood, at different points it's different tones and moods. So we have this ironic and cynical. We also can describe it as joyous at times, and ultimately it's reflective, contemplative, and slightly depressing. Well, not slightly depressing, actually really depressing. The theme and the message: inequality, disparity between classes and races. I hope that you found this video helpful in your study of this poem. Please remember to like the video and to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Strangers Forever by Amin Kassam. So a bit of information about our poet. Amin Kassam was born in 1948 in Kenya, and he has been published in many East African magazines. Let's move on to the poem. The title of the poem is Strangers Forever, and we can definitely see that there is contradiction in this title. It is a paradoxical title or an ironic title because our understanding of a stranger is someone who you don't know, and therefore once you spend time with that person they are no longer a stranger to you. So the longer you spend with someone, sort of the less of a stranger they are. But this title insinuates that you are a stranger with someone forever. And so we can understand this in terms of, once we've read the poem, the speaker is trying to reference his message is that some things are extremely personal, and so no other person is going to ever truly know everything about you, and so we are going to remain strangers forever in some respect as we move through life. So the title is really significant, and we're going to come back to talking about the title at the end of the poem because the final line of the poem is an inversion of these two words. Please note that this poem is one long stanza. I've just split it up on the slide so it's easier to see the wording. Each of us is a passenger, seated in one huge compartment, going we do not know where, all strangers, thrown together by chance, who travel without arriving. This poem actually has quite a few themes. and different messages going on all at once. But we start off with each of us. The use of each is significant because it's a singular word. It shows the sense of solitude in our journey through life. Is a passenger, if you think about the connotations of a passenger is someone who is not in control of the journey. And so each of us is a passenger. This is also a metaphor, comparing the journey of life to a train journey. And the fact that we're a passenger in this means that it's not really up to us sort of what happens on the journey. We're not deciding where we're going or how we're moving. Seated in one huge compartment. So each of us, it's all the singular, all different people from all different walks of life. We're all individual and we all have to experience life in sort of solitude, yet we're seated in one huge compartment, meaning we're on the same journey together. The use of compartment links to that this is a train, because that's the sort of terminology that we use when we're talking about a train. This metaphor of us being a passenger on a train, in terms of how we are passengers in sort of the journey of life, is effective as it emphasizes how we don't know other people's entire stories and we have to endure life in solitude, yet we all have a similar journey, traveling through life, and we have a common destination. We have a common destination which is not really spoken about here, but perhaps we can think of it, or we can think of what it could potentially be, which could be death, right? That's ultimately all of our endings. The enjambment over here, the enjambment is the run-on lines, so you can notice the enjambment throughout the lines that I've read so far. This enjambment emphasizes that life's journey never stops, it never ceases. Going, we don't know where. So this makes a comment on in life, we don't know exactly where we're going and why we're going there, why we're doing this. We don't really have all those answers. We're just traveling through life. Everyone else is sort of in the same boat as us, but we each have our own distinctive journeys within this unified experience. We all travel through life on our own missions and we come across many people, but the speaker's going to talk about how we don't really know their stories exactly. All strangers. So there we go. We're all strangers. We don't actually know what each other is going through. Thrown together by chance. The use of the word thrown is really significant, because the connotations of thrown, it's like hurriedly and unceremoniously sort of tossed together or put together. It doesn't seem like there's any thought or reason as to why we've been thrown together, or why we've been put together. So the word thrown, those connotations indicate the importance of fate or the importance of chance. There's no particular reason why we meet the people that we meet. It's just sort of how it is. We don't have control over that. Once again, we're the passenger. Who travel without arriving. So this line as well, it just really points to the fact there's so many different themes or different ways to interpret the meaning of this poem. There's so many different meanings or elements to the theme. So he says that we're all traveling on this train, yet we don't actually arrive anywhere. And so this can perhaps signify the speaker's reflection on the pointlessness or futility of life. It seems directionless. We're sort of on this train, but we have no idea where we're going, and we also traveling the whole time, but we never seem to arrive anywhere. There is not a lot of punctuation in this poem, but one of the punctuation marks that you can see here is the semicolon. And the semicolon shows a distinction, because now we've been speaking about sort of everyone's journey on the journey of life, and then we're going to cut, or we're going to shift towards a question. So a different version of the theme or the message is going to be discussed. So that semicolon offers a distinction. Before the semicolon, the speaker describes the metaphor comparing life to a train ride and people and passengers. After the semicolon, the speaker comments or reflects on whether we truly know ourselves or others can figure out who we truly are. Can they or can they not figure out who we truly are? Who can read the whispers of your mind when they are hidden even from you? Though you open a window in the chambers of your heart, though you strive to say what you feel, and in striving reach a state of understanding, there is still one part, one small part, that remains your own, one part that neither I nor anyone else will ever penetrate. Forever strangers. So the first 4 lines on this page of who can read the whispers of your mind when they're hidden even from you, this question is really sort of provocative, or really makes us think deeply as readers, because it comments on how no stranger knows who we truly are, because we ourselves don't know who or what we truly are. We have a lack of understanding about our lives and our direction. If we don't know who we are, even to ourselves, and where we're going, what chance does anyone else have at understanding who we are, what we are, and where we're going in life? And so these lines really provoke a lot of thought and link to this theme of directionless or pointlessness, or this lack of understanding in terms of who we are, but also about life itself. Though you open a window in the chambers of your heart, these 2 lines show a metaphor. Obviously, we're not opening a literal window, but though meaning like, even though you open a window meaning like, an opening, you are opening up a part of yourself. If you for instance, love someone, or you have a deep relationship with someone, then you're going to allow them to see certain aspects of you. In the chambers of your heart, notice like the use of the word chambers, plural. There's so many elements to your heart. It's really showing this layered sense of humanity. So you try and open a window. Remember, a window is not as as big or as free as a door. It's not opening up your entire heart. You cannot possibly do that. But you try and share something about yourself with other people. You try and let them into some of the chambers of your heart. You try and allow them to understand you. Though you strive means you try to say what you feel. You try to come to terms with your emotion. Remember, language itself is a symbol. So what we say is actually only representative of a feeling of how we feel. So the speaker comments on how we try to say things. We try to come into terms with our emotions. And in striving, and as we try, we reach a state of understanding. We reach a sense of understanding, or of accepting who we are, or of accepting someone else as who they are. But we really only have a small bit of the information. During our lives, we make an effort. We try to make sense of our lives and understand our lives. We also allow other people to get to know us and even to love us. We try to understand ourselves, and we try to understand others and have others understand us. But ultimately, we don't reach a state of knowledge. Notice the use of words here is we reach a state of understanding, a sense of acceptance. And what's something that we have to come to terms with? There is still one small part. The repetition of part is used for emphasis here, to emphasize the speaker's message. And that one small part that remains your own. So we get to keep a part of ourselves secret. One part that neither I nor anyone else will ever penetrate. So even though we can share our emotions and our thoughts with others, there is ultimately a part of every individual that will always be only for that person. No one else is able to understand or comprehend that aspect of the individual's identity. The use of the 2 negatives, neither and nor, really emphasizes how absolutely no one can truly understand you and see exactly who you are, because remember, the speaker claims that we don't even know who we are to ourselves. The full stop at the end of penetrate, remember I mentioned that punctuation is very sparse in this poem, so we have to pay careful attention to when it is used. And that full stop emphasizes the finality of the statement. There's a tone of certainty in the sense that the speaker has said that this is the ultimate, there's no question about it. No one can truly see every aspect of you. And then the last line, forever strangers, which is indented to emphasize this is the ultimate message, the ultimate idea that the speaker is trying to get across to us. There is always something an individual hides from everyone. We don't really know everyone's true reality. We will forever be strangers. And so this indent as well, it's almost like a secret, the fact that we're forever strangers. So it emphasizes that message that there's a part of us that's a secret. And if we go back to the title where it was strangers forever, this shows us that no matter how much time you can spend with someone, and maybe you're not strangers in the traditional sense of the word, you will be forever strangers, either to yourself, right? You're a stranger to yourself, or you can be a stranger to others even, no matter how much time you spend with them. The structure of this poem is, there's a lot of, irregular lines. There's a lot of enjambment. There's no particular rhyme scheme. It's free verse. And we just have a little bit of punctuation here and then. We've discussed all those punctuation marks and how they're effective. But the enjambment in general and the lack of structure can indicate the progression of the train journey. So the lines and the fact that they keep leading into each other emphasizes how life is just this continuous journey. It also adds to this tone of sincerity and reflection and authenticity as the speaker is reflecting on these major questions about life. The tone of the poem, we can describe it as being a sincere, certain, thoughtful tone, and the mood is quite reflective as he reflects on all these different key questions and key themes about life. The theme and the message of the poem, we can see the theme of the solitary journey of life, the extent to which we can truly know ourselves, and the extent to which we can truly know others, the journey of life in general, and the last bit hints at this theme of individuality, how we all have this unique aspect about us despite our shared experience of life. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem The Sun Rising by John Donne. So firstly, a bit about our poet. John Donne was an English poet who lived between 1572 and 1631. Only a few of his poems were published during his lifetime, but after his death, when his poems were published, we can see the themes of religion and love are common themes in his works. He is known as a metaphysical poet. He uses a lot of hyperbole and metaphor to express his sentiments, and he has a distinctive way of integrating thought and feeling in his writing. The title is The Sun Rising, and this title shows us what prompts the speaker's thoughts and messages that are imbued in the poem. So this is sort of the catalyst for why the poem has been written, what triggers this reflection or this reaction, as we'll see in the first stanza. Busy old fool, unruly sun, why dost thou thus through windows and through curtains call on us? Must to thy motions lover's season run? Saucy pedantic wench, go chide late schoolboys and sour apprentices. Go tell court huntsmen that the king will ride. Call country ants to harvest offices. Love, all alike, no season, knows no clime, nor hours, days, months, which are the rags of time. The poem starts off very boldly with the line, busy old fool, unruly sun, and so we can see the use of the figure of speech of apostrophe, because the speaker addresses the sun directly as though the sun is a person capable of purposefully intruding. Busy old fool, this could show that he thinks the sun is meddling, and unruly means disruptive or disorderly. So we can see here already there's a very assertive confrontational tone as the speaker accuses the sun of disrupting him purposefully. He says, why dost thou thus? Like, why must you be like this? Why are you like this? Through windows and through curtains call on us. So the sunlight is pouring through the windows and curtains. As we saw from the title, the sun is rising. This is what happens. The rays of light are coming through the curtains and the window. And he's like, why are you calling on us? Meaning, like, what are you demanding from us? You're demanding our attention. Why are you doing that? The question mark here signifies the sense of direct speech, the sense that this is a direct conversation that is being had with the sun. It really makes it authentic, like he's actually posing a question to him. But obviously it's rhetorical because the sun cannot answer, but also the speaker just continues to talk after that. Must to thy motions lover's seasons run? He's like, why are you calling on us? Must love be controlled by you? Must it fit your schedule like the seasons? The sun decides the schedule of the seasons. He says, are you calling on us because you're saying our love must, follow your schedule? saucy, pedantic wretch. So here he is insulting. There's this mocking tone to what he says. He says, you bold villain. And pedantic is when you follow the rules. So he's saying, he's calling the son inflexible. And here we can see this sense of hyperbole in his reaction, because he is, and irony, I suppose, because he's expecting the son to cater to him. He's like, why aren't you letting me alone with my lover? I don't want to leave the room where I'm with my lover. Why are you not changing your schedule for me? Why are you deciding that now we have to wake up and face the world? Go chide late schoolboys and sour apprentices. He says he's very demanding. You can notice how he's ordering the son around with all these imperative verbs. Chide means like to scold or rebuke. So in these next couple lines, the next 4 lines, the speaker orders the son to go and engage in other activities. He says, go disturb all these different people, but just leave me and my lover alone. Let us bask in our love in this room. Let's not face the outside world. So he says you must go and rebuke late schoolboys and sour apprentices. Apprentices meaning apprentices. Go tell court huntsmen that the king will ride. Call country ants to harvest officers. So country ants meaning farmers, to harvest officers, they must go about their harvesting duties. He says, go and disturb them, wake them up, make them do what they need to do, but leave me and my lover alone. So as I said, these lines show the other activities the son should be doing instead of disrupting the speaker and his lover. Notice how he goes from children, then to interns, then to the king, and to adults. So this progression indicates that perhaps he believes his love is apparently more important than all these other things. That's why he's like, son, go and disturb them, don't disturb me and my lover. So there's definitely this air of superiority about the speaker. Love, all alike, no season knows nor clime. In all like, meaning in all forms, in all ways, does not bend to seasons or to climate. It is superior to these things. Nor hours, days, months, which are the rags of time. He says love is forever. It can't be measured. Love does not follow time or calendars, which other things would. He says time is unimportant to love or to the speaker, because love is everlasting. It goes beyond the sense of time. Rags of time. Here we can see this metaphor, we can see this imagery, because if you think of a rag, it's something that's unimportant. So he's comparing time to a rag here, something so unimportant. Love is forever. Love is not like the rags of time. Thy beams, so reverent and strong, why shouldest thou think I could eclipse and cloud them with a wink? But that I would not lose her sight so long, if her eyes have not blinded thine. Look, and tomorrow late tell me, whether both the Indias of spice and mine be where thou left'st them, or lie here with me. Ask for those kings whom thou sawest yesterday, and thou shalt hear, all here in one bed lay. So as the speaker is sort of lying in bed with his lover and and in the first stanza he chides the son and says the son must go away and leave them to be. Now in the second stanza he's going to become even more sort of aggressive towards the son, stop mocking the son, and ultimately is going to introduce one of the key metaphors that's going to go into the third stanza. So he says, thy beams so reverent and strong. He says, your beams, the sunlight, your rays of sun, people think that the sunlight is so strong, that the rays are so strong, that they should be idolized and respected. And he says, why shouldst thou think? He poses the question, why should you think that? And now we're going to see that he's going to argue his point. So he poses the question in the first 2 lines, and then he argues his point. And he says, well, he's casting doubt on the fact that you should revere the sunlight, because he says, I could eclipse and cloud them with a wink. He says if he wants to, he can eclipse, meaning block or obscure or cover the sunlight just with a wink, by closing his eyes. Notice the alliteration, eclipse and cloud, that harsh C alliteration, and also the soft W alliteration with a wink. And so both of these sounds emphasize how the sunlight seems to be something harsh and something to be idolized, yet he can very easily just shut it off. But, and now he's going to say a contrast, he's going to argue why he can't just forget about the sun and close his eyes. And this is why he continues to address the sun later on, because he can't just get rid of him, because he's not willing to close his eyes. That I would not lose her sight so long, because he doesn't want to close his eyes, because he doesn't want to lose sight of his lover. So here we get the theme of love definitely shining through. If her eyes have not blinded thine. So he says, and now he's going to offer a compliment to his lover, and he says, I'm not going to close my eyes because I don't want to lose sight of my lover, but maybe her eyes have blinded your sunshine. He basically says her eyes could rival yours because they are so bright. You claim that your sunlight rays are so bright, but my lover's eyes are so bright. Look, he commands the sun again, go out, and he says, and tomorrow late tell me, and you can report back to me tomorrow, whether both the Indias of spice and mine be where thou leftst them. So he instructs the sun to go and search for both Indias, meaning the East Indies and the West Indies, which are a long way from England. So he really wants the sun to leave to go check on these places. And he says, go and see if they're there where you left them. He's sort of trying to get rid of the sun, get him to do something else. And then he has this, I wouldn't call it a shift, but now we're going to have the introduction of this key metaphor. Or lie here with me. He says, or are they lying here with me? So in this way, we can see the speaker mocks the sun's supposed power and says, okay, things go check. Go see if the two Indias are actually where they're supposed to be, or if I actually seized the whole world, which is going to come later, and put it into my room. Have I actually gone against your power and diminished you of yet that power? Ask for those kings whom thou sawest yesterday. So once again, the use of imperatives he's commanding. He says, ask those kings who you saw yesterday, and thou shalt hear all here in one bed lay. And he says, you will hear that they are all here in this very bed. So this hints at the next stanza about how the speaker is so in love that the whole world seems to be in the room with him and his lover. There is nothing outside of this location which interests him. The whole world, we're going to see in the next stanza, is encompassed in his room. And so here he claims that the two Indias, that the sun should go check on them because he may have taken them and put them in this little form of the world he has in his room. And the same with the kings who we saw yesterday. She's all states and all princes. I, nothing else is. Princes do but play us, compared to this. All honours mimic, all wealth alchemy. Thou, sun, art half as happy as we, in that the world's contracted thus. Thine age asks ease, and since thy duties be to warm the world, that's done in warming us. Shine here to us, and thou art everywhere. This bed thy centre is, these walls thy sphere. We start off this stanza with two metaphors, where he claims that she's all states, his lover is all countries, and all princes I, and that he is all the princes who control all these countries. Nothing else is. This is an example of hyperbole and over-exaggeration. He says there is nothing outside of them that exists. Nothing else is significant. Princes do but play us. He says other people who claim to be outside of this room, they mimic us, they copy us. Compared to this, all honors mimic all wealth alchemy. So compared to the love that he and his lover share, all honor is meaningless and all wealth is futile, basically. So the speaker and his lover are the centers of the universe and almost the entire universe itself. And this line where he claims that all honors mimic and all wealth alchemy, this speaks to the speaker's arrogance. His arrogance is reinforced in these lines, as he says not only, because he doesn't just disregard the sun, but now at the start he disregards the whole world and basically claims that all the countries in the world are within this room, that nothing else exists around it. And then he goes further and he says also the ideas of honor and the idea of wealth are just completely meaningless and they don't exist. And if they do exist in some version, then they're not truthful ideas. So he's basically making everything about him and his lover, and they're at the center of the universe. Thou sun art half as happy as we. So think about the sun, it's usually a symbol of happiness. But here the speaker claims to be even more joyous than the sun. He says, you are only half as happy as us. So you can see the arrogance, you can see the hyperbole. In that the world's contracted thus. He says the world has been minimized. The speaker's priorities have changed. He only thinks of his lover, and so his entire world, when he used to maybe think about all different countries and all different ideas and all different people, now his whole world is almost condensed because he is only prioritizing his lover. So it's like the world has contracted into this one room. Thine age asks ease, and since thy duties be to warm the world, that's done in warming us. So now he has another little dig at the sun, and he insults the sun, and he says, thine age asks ease, like, son, you are very old, you must take it easy. So this insult goes back to the very first line when he says that the sun is an old fool. And he says, and since your duty is to warm the world, your duty is to heat the earth, that's done in warming us. He says, so if you warm us, meaning the speaker and the lover, then you would have warmed the whole world. You don't really have to move because the world to the speaker has completely shrunk into this room. So he says, the sun, you can just warm us. You don't have to warm the whole world because the whole world is already in this room. Shine here to us. Still, he's commanding the sun. Yet there's a contradiction from the first stanza. So earlier he requested for the sun to leave. Remember, he gave all those other options of what the sun should be doing. But now, so earlier he's like, go disturb the world. But now the world has sort of been destroyed or been condensed into this room. So the sun must stay and offer its warmth to sustain this version of the world that he has crafted, that he has created. This contracted version where he can just focus on his lover. And thou art everywhere. So he says, and the sun can go everywhere across the whole room, and therefore it could encompass the entire world. This bed thy center is, these walls thy sphere. He says this bed is the center of the earth. The lovers are the center of the universe. These walls, the walls of the bedroom, thy sphere, are the boundaries of the sun's power. So he's restricted the sun into catering to his world because he believes that all the important things are within that room, and that's only what he should be caring about. The structure of this poem, we have 3 stanzas of 10 lines each, following an A, B, B, A, C, D, C, D, E, E rhyme scheme in each stanza. On my version, you also notice the indentations and the different line lengths. And those different line lengths are important because the long lines tend to explain this extended metaphor, whereas the short lines can be indicative of this aggressive or assertive tone where he is sort of shouting and demanding the sun to do this or that. Notice the extended metaphor in the poem. The sun is the extended metaphor for real life, perhaps, which can disturb or interfere within a relationship. So this is why the speaker is against the sun, because the sun can be representative of other forces or other things in the world that can disrupt a new relationship. Another extended metaphor to think about, which relates to the theme and the message of the poem, is the strength and power of love. And that's shown through the extended metaphor of the world contracting to fit in his room, right? That's not literal. He's not actually claiming that all the countries in the world are actually in his room, but he's talking about what's important in his life is all within that room, and what he's going to care about and what's significant. And so that whole the world fitting into his room signifies that theme of the strength, the power, the authority of love, that it can control in a person. It can really have this sense of authority over a person. The tone you can describe as confrontational, condescending, brazen, assertive, At times it's a bit mocking, and there's definitely that commanding energy. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found that video helpful. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Cockroaches by Mari Yambo. So the poet was born in Kenya in 1947. He is a writer and a poet and a university lecturer. It's worth noting that he was born in Kenya in 1947. Kenya was colonized by the British for a period of time, and they gained their independence in 1963. This is significant to note because in the figurative interpretation of this poem, we're going to discuss colonialism. So the title of this poem is Cockroaches, and it's one of the most sort of impactful titles of a poem, I think, because the connotations we associate with cockroaches immediately spring to mind. So obviously a cockroach is a type of insect, but the associations and the connotations we have are that they're pests, that they're invasive. We have a very, very negative perception of cockroaches. So this immediately sets up the rest of the poem. Turn on the light, and helter-skelter they scuttle to their dark shelters. So this very first stanza we start with turn on, which is imperative, which is a command. Turn on the light. We know that cockroaches are nocturnal animals, so the dark shelters references their preference to dark spaces. So turning on the light is going to disrupt the cockroach's sense of safety. And helter-skelter, helter-skelter means disorderly, you're moving in a disorderly haste and confusion. They scuttle, scuttle means you run hurriedly. Notice the use of the exclusive pronoun they, so we're having, the speaker is talking sort of from the human perspective, and then he's distancing himself from the cockroaches. This is important in our literal understanding of the poem, also in our figurative one. Notice the alliteration, skelter and scuttle, that S sound, which mimics the cockroach's hasty runaway. Cut them off. Once again, a command. From their hideouts, block their many approaches, and see cockroaches in hopeless flurry and helpless worry. So cut them off, commanding once again. From there, notice all these exclusive pronouns being used to show this distinction between the humans and the cockroaches. I know it seems pretty obvious in terms of literal, but keep it in mind for figurative. Hideouts, this is reference to their shelters again. But when you use the word hideout, hideout has a connotation of like you're a criminal and you have to hide out, you have to go away from, you have to hide from regular society for a reason. So we can see that the behavior towards the cockroaches indicates that they have done something wrong. But from the description that we've seen about the cockroaches just being in their dark shelters, they don't seem to have actually done anything wrong. They've just sort of acting normally. But the reaction to them is extremely volatile. Block. Block is a word by itself on the line, and this is another command, but it also shows how we must make it's as one word on a singular line. It's like we must isolate the cockroaches. There are many approaches. Approaches, once again, it has this like sort of sinister connotation. Their approaches could maybe be like their attempts to seek food and shelter. But the diction almost sounds ominous, like a criminal, like, they're going to try and approach you, they're going to try and cause chaos. And see cockroaches in hopeless flurry and helpless worry. Notice that approaches and cockroaches rhyme, and then flurry and worry rhyme. And the speaker does not really come off in a good light in these two last lines of this stanza. He wants to witness the suffering of the cockroaches, it seems. Notice the use of hopeless and helpless, both with that less suffix, which showcases how the speaker wants to deprive the cockroaches of any form of hope or help. But who ordained the crashfall of sandals on these shy creatures? And now we have a shift. So but always indicates a shift. And here we go from this commanding sense to this questioning sense. And the speaker asks, who ordained, meaning who gave power to the crash fall of sandals? Crash fall, think of the connotations of crash. It's violent and aggressive connotations of sandals. And you can just think of how humans typically get rid of cockroaches by, just like stepping on them. So sandals is a form of synecdoche. It's a part that represents a whole. Because obviously he's not saying that the sandals really have the power, but it's the humans who have the power. It represents people. But the use of sandals shows that this is the only thing that cockroaches actually see. They only see the sandal as being sort of stamped on them. But it is reference to the humans who are being violent. On these shy creatures. So shy, this diction of shy, adds to the cockroaches' sense of victimhood. That the cockroaches in this poem, they're seen as hopeless and helpless and shy. The picture is being created that they are victims. And notice the rhetorical question at the end of the poem. It makes the reader, not the end of the poem, sorry, the end of the stanza. It makes the reader think or consider the status quo in a new way. Like we always just assume, oh yeah, humans and cockroaches have this this power dynamic, but now we have to consider it. There isn't also actually an answer to this question. Like there's no real answer to justify this brutality. Or is it their love of darkness holds them suspect? So, or this indicates a contemplative tone. Is it their love of darkness? Meaning they love dark spaces, and therefore they perhaps get a reputation for evil. Humans don't understand this love that they have for the darkness, that holds them suspect, that makes them suspicious to humans, that humans want to treat them badly, they don't trust them. Readers are left considering this with the question mark and linking the literal to the figurative extended metaphor with this final question. So let's quickly have a discussion about the literal versus the figurative, because we've discussed this poem in a literal sense, which makes sense, but definitely the figurative is going to offer us a deeper meaning than just, cockroaches and humans and that power dynamic. So literal is obviously the cockroaches and the humans and that power dynamic, but the figurative is that this is an extended metaphor, and the cockroaches represent oppressed people, and specifically people suffering under colonialism. And the speaker seems to be from the powerful colonial perspective. So as we said earlier, the cockroaches are described as shy and hopeless. These are the oppressed people, African people who have been disrupted and who have been violently treated by the colonial powers. And this is in contrast to those in power, where diction like cut and hold them suspect is used. The colonial forces were aggressive, territorial, and disruptive to the natural ways of the people and their lifestyles. They tried to crush African people and were brutal, just as humans are when they encounter a cockroach. So you can notice the effectiveness of this metaphor in that the human power dynamic with cockroaches is extremely violent, yes, and so comparing that to how colonials treated African people really emphasizes the sense of brutality and aggression and inhumanity of their actions. Stanza 3, that question is quite powerful, and this is where the speaker asks, how can they get away? How can the colonials get away with so much violence? Who gave them permission to invade, to disrupt, and to brutally treat African people? And stanza 4 also asks another question, asks if the colonials act this way because of their racial prejudices and their unwillingness to recognize Africans as fellow human beings. So definitely the first two stanzas is one part of the poem, and the last two stanzas is more of a contemplation about that behavior. So I hope that that figurative interpretation makes sense as well as the literal one. The structure of the poem. The poem is free verse. You have different stanzas of different line lengths. There's no particular ordered rhyme scheme. There's just a couple instances of rhyme. There's lots of enjambment, run-on lines, and short lines, and this emphasizes the haste in which the cockroaches move and the urgency of the speaker. The theme and the message of the poem, we can talk about that in terms of violent oppression, colonialism, racism, mistreatment of others. And the tone and mood you can describe as cruel in the first two stanzas, and the last two stanzas as thoughtful and contemplative. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the video. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Mirror by Sylvia Plath. So firstly, a bit about our poet. Sylvia Plath was an American writer who lived between 1932 and 1963. Unfortunately, she suffered from depression for most of her adult life and she died by suicide at the age of 36. She is a very famous writer, very well known, and she even won the Pulitzer Prize. Mirror. So the title is very simple. It's just one word. It states what it is. The mirror states what it is. As we're going to see, this poem is written from the mirror's perspective. And from the very first line, this is what the mirror claims to be. The mirror claims to be objective, honest, and straightforward. And so this title mimics that because it's just sort of stating the truth. We are going to assess whether this is actually true later on, whether a mirror is so objective, honest, and straightforward. But that is what the title, this is what the mirror is claiming to be. I am silver and exact. I have no preconceptions. Whatever I see, I swallow immediately, just as it is, unmisted by love or dislike. I am not cruel, only truthful, the eye of a little god, four-cornered. Most of the time, I meditate on the opposite wall. It is pink with speckles. I have looked at it so long, I think it is a part of my heart. But it flickers faces and darkness separate us over and over. So our first stanza, we start off with I am silver and exact. This is personification because the mirror is being given the human trait of speaking. So this is from the mirror's perspective. It's a first person perspective. And the mirror claims to be silver and exact, literal and precise. Claims to have no preconceptions, just shows you what your true reflection is. In terms of the structure of this line, notice the short and simple sentences. It's a statement of fact, just as a mirror states the truth of one's appearance in no uncertain terms. Whatever I see, I swallow immediately. Once again, personification of swallowing, just as it is. Notice the enjambment in these lines. Unmisted by love or dislike. So unmisted meaning uninformed or unswayed by love or dislike. It's not that the speaker or the mirror shows you what you want to see or what you don't want to see. It just shows you what is. I am not cruel, only truthful. So the mirror uses this word cruel, which I think is quite interesting because if you have to say that you're not cruel, then it probably hints that sometimes a mirror can be perceived that way as being cruel, or the image that it propels forward can be seen as cruel. So if the mirror has to state that it is not cruel, do you understand what I mean? It's like perhaps it's hinting towards some sort of perception of a mirror. The eye of a little god. This is a metaphor, and the mirror says that he basically, or the mirror compares itself to this god. If you think about God has the connotation of being all-knowing, being omniscient. And so this mirror claims to be all-knowing and seeing everything and just reflecting it back at you. Four-cornered, that could reference like the, a mirror being like square or rectangular, or also the fact that it shows you absolutely everything about your appearance, that it's all four corners. Most of the time, I meditate on the opposite wall. Still personification that the speaker or the mirror is meditating on the opposite wall. So that points to a mirror is not used all the time. It's usually sitting on a wall, and only when a person actually goes to view themselves in the mirror is the mirror actually, active or doing its job. But also think about if it's on the opposite wall, the mirror is observing, and we're going to have the introduction of a woman soon in this context and what she sees in the mirror. And so this mirror on the opposite wall is actually seeing what the woman is doing every single day, is noticing and observing day in and day out. It is pink with speckles, so he notices the wall that he looks at, the mirror, and you see that the mirror notices the details. So that's important as well, because if it notices the details of the wall, then it's going to notice the details of the woman and going to reflect that back at her. I have looked at it so long, I think it is a part of my heart. This is a really interesting line because to me, this is the first point where we're going to cast doubt on the fact that the mirror is perhaps not as objective, honest, and straightforward as it might seem. Because it says that the mirror claims that it's a part of his heart or her heart or its heart, But if you have a heart, then perhaps you can't really be objective. You can't really just show the truth if you have a heart, because a heart signifies some sort of subjective emotion that you possess. So this is an interesting one, and it casts doubt on whether the mirror is actually so honest and straightforward as it claims to be. If it has a heart, how objective can you possibly be? But it flickers. Faces and darkness separate us over and over. So faces and darkness, you can see this literally in terms of, like, the lights going out, or you're turning off the lights at night, the woman's no longer looking in the mirror. You can also think about like faces in terms of other people sort of walking by, and this is what separates the speaker or the mirror and the woman. But we can also see this in another way, that faces and darkness maybe separate us from the truth, because remember, the mirror is claiming to be the provider of truth. Now I am a lake. A woman bends over me, searching my reaches for what she really is. Then she turns to those liars, the candles or the moon. I see her back and reflect it faithfully. She rewards me with tears and an agitation of hands. I am important to her. She comes and goes. Each morning it is her face that replaces the darkness. In me she has drowned a young girl, and in me an old woman rises toward her day after day, like a terrible fish. So in the first stanza, we had the mirror, sort of this 2D idea, and now we're going to have the introduction or the transformation of the mirror into a lake, which is a more 3D idea. And this is going to mirror, pun unintended but also intended, this is going to mirror how the woman finds meaning and identity deep into her reflection. So the mirror claims to show the woman as she is, but this woman is going to actually seek deeper understanding into herself and perceive more with the reflection that she gets from the mirror. So now I'm a lake, transformation of the mirror. The reflective lake is now going to mirror or reflect the aging of the woman. A woman bends over me. Notice the indefinite article of a. This could be any person then. This is a sort of universal poem which links to the universal theme of mortality that we're going to discuss later on. A woman bends over me. Bends, you can think of this literally like she's bending over to see herself in the reflection of the lake, or you can think about it like bending is usually to show like a sign of like you are praising someone or respecting someone, you are bowing to something, and this can show how in our society we bend to or bow to appearance. It's really important to us. Searching my reaches for what she truly is. And my question to you is, can you really see who you truly are in a mirror or reflective surface? So I would say perhaps not, because that's your appearance you can see, but who you truly are is perhaps more deep than what you see in a mirror. Then she turns to those liars, the candles or the moon. So she's clearly not happy with how her reflection looks, and this can show how she's preoccupied with her appearance and with aging, and she doesn't like perhaps what she sees in the lake. And so what does she do? She turns to, and this mirror calls them liars, the candles or the moon. Because the candles and the moon, they don't illuminate your whole face, they only give off a glow. They can delude your perception of appearance, and this is exactly what the opposite of what the mirror claims to be. I see her back and reflect it faithfully. The mirror says the mirror will continue to reflect an accurate depiction of who the woman is. She rewards me with tears and an agitation of hands. This is ironic because she's the use of the word reward signifies something positive, like that there's something joyous or happy or some sort of prize. And then we see what the reward is, though it's completely unexpected. It's tears and an agitation of hands. This is an upset reaction to the aging process. I am important to her. I is what the mirror represents. And what does the mirror represent? Think about it. Is it outer beauty or is it your true self? She comes and goes. Notice the caesura, the full stop in the middle of the line there, just emphasizing this very simple truth that I'm important to her, that what she sees in the mirror is really significant in her life and shapes her perspective of her life. So do you see my question to you that I posed earlier about whether a mirror is truly objective and honest and straightforward? Because I'm important to her shows that what the mirror is giving off actually shapes the woman's perception of herself. So think about that. She comes and goes, so she always returns to the mirror. She gravitates towards the sort of, in inverted commas, truth of her being and what she's obsessed with. Each morning it is her face that replaces the darkness. Darkness is the sort of default state of the mirror, so every morning she comes there and replaces the darkness. In me, she has drowned a young girl. So the use of drowned is an allusion, is a reference to the lake image introduced in the first line of the stanza. And so this speaks about how when she first started looking in the mirror, maybe she looked like a young girl, and all of her efforts have sort of been put into this mirror. She spent so much time looking in this mirror. She's put, drowned sort of signifies like an overwhelming sense. She's put an overwhelming sense of who she is into the mirror, and she's drowned this young girl. And what has happened? And in me, an old woman rises toward her day after day. And so this shows the aging process, how the woman has changed, her appearance has changed, that she becomes an old woman. Rises towards her day after day. This is like day after day continuous, and that links to the enjambment in these two lines as well, the run-on lines. Aging is an ongoing process that cannot be stopped or contained. Like a terrible fish, and this is a really shocking simile to end off with, to show that how the youth has left her and how the aging process is coming along. If you think about a fish is something like slippery, so aging happens really quickly, it's sort of uncontrollable. It also links to the lake imagery, and it's a terrible feeling to be aging. This is what the speaker really tries to bring across. It's this unavoidable process of aging, which is truly, in the most like sort of simple terms, is terrible. So I want you to think about how the mirror perhaps is not exactly what it claims to be, because it reflects an ever-changing person or being, and it shifts and becomes alive or interpretive when the woman values its opinion by glancing at her appearance. The structure of the poem, we have two stanzas of 9 lines each. Enjambment in the last 2 lines, as we spoke about, is this process of aging. They are clear and direct sentences, short and mostly simple. This is what the mirror claims to be, straightforward. First person perspective of the mirror. The tone and the mood, we can call it, at the end it's definitely melancholic, but throughout the poem we can say it's reflective, contemplative. The mirror is also gives off this tone of detachment, informative, sincere, and at the end it's quite intense. The themes of the message is the outer versus the inner self, aging and its effect on us. It is disconcerting. Appearance versus reality and its link to our identity, and death and mortality. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Nobody Loses All the Time by E.E. Cummings. So firstly, a little bit of information about our poet to start off. E.E. Cummings was an American author who lived between 1894 and 1962. One of his trademarks is that his poetry utilizes grammar in a very distinctive way. It's definitely seen in Nobody Loses All the Time, so we'll have a discussion about it when we talk about structure. And he experienced World War I firsthand. Let's get into the poem. Nobody loses all the time. I had an uncle named Sol who was a born failure, and nearly everybody said he should have gone into vaudeville, perhaps because my Uncle Sol could sing McCann. He was a diver on Xmas Eve like hell itself, which may or may not account for the fact that my Uncle Sol indulged in that possibly most inexcusable of all, to use a highfalutin phrase, luxuries, that is, or to wit farming, and be it needlessly added. So starting off with our title, Nobody Loses All the Time. It's quite an interesting title to read. It's a little bit shocking to read as well, maybe a bit unexpected. And we're going to see through the poem, it's a narrative poem. We're telling the story of Uncle Sol, and he's supposed to be the one that's proving that nobody loses all the time. We're going to discuss it a little bit later when we get to the end of the poem. So starting off with the first line, I had an uncle named Sol who was a born failure. Starting off with small letters, no capital letters, first person narrative. Already starting with no capital letters, going against the conventional punctuation shows us how Sol goes against convention. And we also see that through the use of enjambment, the lack of punctuation. He is defying expectations, defying what is sort of written for him or what he should be doing perhaps, and following his own path. It's also going against, like we said, the conventions of society. He's failing at life, and so it's sort of disordered and disorganized. His life is very unpredictable and doesn't seem to go as planned. He seems to be losing all of the time. He was a born failure. Now, this is a little bit of an oxymoron, because if you are a failure, it means that you've done something and then you haven't succeeded in it. So therefore, it doesn't seem to make sense. It's a bit contradictory to say that someone's a born failure. But this sort of implies to us that maybe Uncle Sol is destined to fail in some way, destined to not be successful. Everybody said he should have gone into vaudeville. Vaudeville is the sort of over-the-top type of theatre that was popular in a certain time period in not recent times, sort of early 20th century, because he could perform. So he seemed to be this performer, but we're going to see that he doesn't actually follow that performer route. He goes sort of the opposite way. May or may not account. This is very colloquial, very conversational, and we'll see throughout the poem, because as it starts off it seems alright, but it gets into darker and darker themes, but the tone really continues to remain comical, ironic, conversational, and colloquial, and so therefore it turns into a little bit of a flippant tone when he's talking about something. The speaker's addressing something that's actually really serious, like his uncle's life and how he always seemed to lose, and sort of going against the title of nobody loses all the time, and it seems like Uncle Sol does lose all of the time, but he still approaches it with this sort of air of a conversational element and very easygoing sort of wording and phrasing, and so we can see that the speaker is quite flippant and satirical in his intention. So indulged in that possibly most inexcusable of all, to use a highfalutin phrase, luxuries. So we also should note that there is an irregular line length. There's some lines that are long, some lines that are short. There's a very unpredictable movement to the poem and flow to the poem. And this shows us, also emphasizes Uncle Sol's life. So using the word indulged over here is a little bit ironic, because it's going to talk about how he did not go into performing as people suspected that he would. He went into farming, and farming is not something that's usually associated with indulgence. It's hard work. It's a laborious job. It's something that requires a lot of energy and a lot of consistent effort. And he says to use a highfalutin phrase. Highfalutin phrase is sort of like this pretentious way of saying something. And throughout this poem, the use of diction is quite significant. The use of highfalutin, later on splendiferous, auspicious. These are words that seem out of place in terms of what is being described. They are words that are ostentatious and pretentious. So the irony, the luxury as well, the use of the word luxury in regard to farming. Farming is not a luxurious job per se. They say with farming, and it needlessly added, my Uncle Sol's farm failed because the chickens ate the vegetables. So my Uncle Sol had a chicken farm till the skunks ate the chickens. So here we see the use of till, that conversational tone continuing to happen, and the enjambment showing how failure is inevitable and continuous. And so here we have this terrible cycle of he's trying to create this farm, but it is not successful. He does not have the practical skills to deal with the demands of farming, and the chickens eat the vegetables. But Uncle Sol makes a plan. So he decides, okay, he's going to have a chicken farm. So we can see the characterization of Sol. Yes, he's a failure. Yes, things seem to be going wrong. But at the same time, he is quite optimistic, or he attempts to remain optimistic, at least at this point in time. Until the skunks ate the chickens. When my Uncle Sol had a skunk farm, but the skunks caught cold and died. So my Uncle Sol imitates the skunks in a subtle manner. So over here we've got the skunks caught cold. We have alliteration of the harsh C sound, showing the harshness of their deaths. And then we have a very flippant line over here. My Uncle Sol imitated the skunks in a subtle manner, insinuating that he killed himself. But clearly he's not just imitating them, because if someone is to go to that extent, then it is something that is a deeper issue. So we see that Uncle Sol's life is riddled with mental health concerns and riddled with losses and failures that have not just been something that he can move on from, but they have actually affected him. So it seems like as the speaker's talking, he is very dismissive of all of Uncle Sol's failures, but they do seem to actually have an impact on Uncle Sol. And the use of subtle manner is ironic, because it's not subtle at all what he does by imitating the skunks. So the use of subtle manner is an ironic phrase. or by drowning himself in the water tank, but somebody who'd given my uncle a victrola and records while he lived, presented to him upon the auspicious occasion of his decease a scrumptious, not to mention splendiferous funeral, with tall boys in black gloves and flowers and everything. And I remember we all cried like the Missouri when my Uncle Sol's coffin lurched because somebody pressed a button, and down went my Uncle Sol and started a worm from. So use of the word or over there shows there's a little bit of doubt surrounding his death about how it actually transpired. But then we have this allusion to a victrola record, and we see that there's actually Uncle Sol was actually cared for, and he has this very ostentatious funeral which has been sort of sponsored, which has been paid for, and there's so many people that come and they're all crying, and there's this level of ceremony and pomp which is quite unexpected given that the way that his life has just been described has been quite lonely, quite a bit of a failure. But now we actually see that in his death he is, quite appreciated and sort of celebrated even. The diction of auspicious is quite interesting because auspicious means holy. So describing his funeral as a holy occasion is slightly unexpected. Scrumptious also means delicious. So it's a bit of a strange way to describe a funeral. And splendiferous means splendid. But these are words that we don't, or at least splendiferous, it's not a very commonly used word. It's a highfalutin phrase. It's a pretentious word, if you will. And so it's showing us this sort of contrast, or this unexpected, this irony of the life that he had versus the funeral that he has. With tall boys in black gloves and flowers and everything, so imagery, there's much panoply and ceremony, and this is ironic given the apparent failure of his life. I remember we all cried like the Missouri. The personal reflection, this is a personal story, this is his comment on his Uncle Sol's life. Cried like the Missouri. Missouri is a name of a river, using a simile over here, and also hyperbole, right? This is an over-exaggeration. When my Uncle Sol's coffin lurched, so even his funeral sort of fails. Even his coffin doesn't go down the way it's supposed to. There are issues, there are mistakes, there are errors. So as much as his funeral seems to be very different from his life, at the same time there are elements that seem to be in alignment in the sense that there's failure involved. Because somebody pressed a button, and down went my Uncle's soul. The word soul on the line by itself is isolated. It shows how vulnerable he is. He shows how he lived his life as a failure, or thinking he was a failure, without anyone to support him. And in death, he's also alone, and started a worm farm. So we have the parentheses to show us that he's now underground, but he's still sort of failing or losing in some ways. Although he's actually winning in the sense that he is remaining optimistic and productive and sort of starting his own worm farm. The final line, like we said, most of the poem has this very flippant tone, and it's very dark comedy and imagery in the final line of, talking about a dead body as creating a worm farm, as being fodder for the worms. And we don't know if this worm farm is successful, if we sort of end the story over there. But going back to the title, like I said earlier, nobody loses all the time. As we get through the poem, it seems like actually Uncle Sol is proving that sentiment wrong, that he does seem to be losing all of the time. But ultimately, perhaps he's successful in starting this worm farm, which is, this dark comedy or this dark humor. But also his optimistic spirit perhaps also means that he doesn't lose. He keeps finding a solution. He keeps trying to do something. But we can see through the structure and through the tone, there's just so many ironic things in this poem that going against our expectations, really challenging the way we think about convention and what success truly means, what losing truly means, what failure truly means. So the characterization of Uncle Sol is that he's a failure or a loser, it seems, yet he keeps on trying. And I think that makes him quite human. If we think about humanity, if we think about what makes us human, it's not that we live perfect lives. It's not that we're always successful. It's even not that we're always failing. It's how we get up from failure and how we move on. So actually, Uncle Sol, we can think about him. Yes, he seems to be this comedic character, sort of a caricature personality, the way that the speaker presents him. But underneath that, he seems actually to be quite human. The structure of the poem, as we spoke about before, there is a lot of enjambment, there is a lack of punctuation, there's very limited capital letters, and all of this is showing this resistance to convention. and highlighting the sense of irony and going against expectations, and also the continuation of Uncle Saul's failures of each of the lines leading into the next one. The tone is flippant, sarcastic, reflective, satirical, and conversational. The mood is quite humorous, but there's sort of a dark humor as well. And so at some points it could be a little bit depressing too. And the theme and message is about the futility of life, legacy, failure, and memory. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like the video and to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Namaqua Land After Rain by William Plomer. So a bit about our poet. He was born in 1903 and he died in 1973. He's a South African British writer and he is classified as a modernist poet. Let's get into the poem. The title, Namaqua Land After Rain. Namaqua Land is a place in South Africa. It is a desert area that does not get a lot of rain. If we think about the symbolism of rain, rain is a symbol of rebirth, renewal, revival, and so in a desert place like this, there would be, not a lot of chance for rain to occur. There wouldn't be a lot of rain. So when there is rain, it's almost seen as a blessing and it can completely transform the landscape, as we're going to see. So while we did say that the poet is more of a modernist poet, I want you to think of this poem in the same way you'd approach a romantic poem, in the sense of praising nature. So we're going to see a lot of imagery about nature, and the speaker is almost in awe of nature throughout the poem. And so keep that imagery or that understanding of the romantic poetry movement in your head in terms of finding meaning in nature. Again, the veld revives, imbued with lyric rains, and sappery sweetening dry stalks perfumes the quickening plains. So in our first stanza, we start off with again. This shows that this has happened before, this rain cycle. This indicates the theme of the cycle of nature. Every season, there's this period of drought, and then the rain comes and completely revives everything. Veld, well, Namaqua Land in the title hinted, obviously, this is South Africa, and veld is the Afrikaans word for like grass or a field. So it confirms to us that this is a place in South Africa. Revives means it regains life. It has a new sort of beginning, a new life. Imbued with lyric rains. Imbued has this connotation of being full of. Lyric rains, we have this musical quality. And if you think about music, music brings joy, just like the rain brings along this joyful mood. And sap re-sweetening dry stalks. So the sap is like the liquid that you see from a tree, and it re-sweetens the dry stalk, it revives them. Notice all the prefix re the whole time. It's almost like it returns life to this landscape. The dry stalks, so it is nourishing the plants. Just for a second, go back to imbued. The sense of like how the rain is imbuing or is showing this fullness, this image of fullness, really emphasizes the power of the rain. Perfumes the quickening plains. So perfumes, their sense of smell, this sweet and wonderful smell or scent. Remember, when poets use different senses, it really allows the imagery to come alive and allows the reader to deeper understand the image that they are trying to relate. Dry stalks, this indicates the sense of drought that has happened before this rain came. The quickening plains, quickening can refer to the grass is growing quicker now because of the rain. It's becoming more lush. So as the rain comes, there's this direct impact and the plains start growing and growing. Plains is referred to the veld, these long stretches of grass which are common in the South African landscape. Small roots explode in strings of stars. Each bulb gives up its dream. Honey drips from the orchid throats. Jewels each receive. So in this stanza, I've circled 3 words which all link together: roots, bulb, and throats. These are all the different parts of the flowers that are flourishing, that are being enriched by the rain. So small, they begin small during the drought, and now with the rain that comes along, they become big. these roots explode. The connotations of explode emphasize how quickly these roots are growing. In strings of stars, strings is like never-ending, this never-ending line of stars. So it's almost like these roots just keep on exploding and flourishing to life. The metaphor of stars and the imagery of stars, you think of something that's glowing, that's beautiful, that's precious, and it can show us how it can also, if you think of like the silverness of the silvery nature of stars, it's almost like this glistening quality. So you can think about the roots exploding in a string of stars, and you can always see the condensation on the roots as these plants grow and flourish. Each, the use of the singular here emphasizes every single bulb. So the speaker is not just noting the general pattern, he's actually seeing every little piece of the puzzle that's coming together. Gives up its dream. So that's a bit strange. If we think about this, it's really quite positive, and gives up its dream sounds a bit negative. But actually what it means is, or how you can interpret it, is it's almost like each bulb is awakening from its slumber, and it's now going to achieve its potential. Just going back to the previous line, the string of stars, that alliteration, that sibilant sound, emphasizes how quickly and beautifully the roots grow. Honey, if you think of the connotations of honey, honey is precious, it is sweet, it has positive connotations, it drips. If it's dripping, it means there's so much of it. So there's so much of this preciousness and sweetness and beauty within nature that is dripping from orchid throats. There we have the imagery of these beautiful flowers. Jewels. What are the connotations of jewels? Precious, special, expensive. Each raceme. Raceme is a cluster of flowers. So we went from the each, the singular, to the plural here, of this cluster of flowers. So each of these bulbs is now blossoming, and they're joined together to create this absolutely beautiful, flourishing environment. The desert sighs at dawn, as in another hemisphere, the temple lotus breaks her buds on the attentive air. And so here we're going to have a little bit of a shift, because we've been speaking about the beauty and the rebirth. And now we're going to shift to the desert, and reminding us that this is a desert and what the desert almost has to say about this. The desert sighs at dawn, so that's Namakwa land, sighs. This is clearly personification. At dawn, dawn is a symbol of like early morning and awakening. So the personification shows us that the landscape is alive, and it's breathing the sort of sigh of relief at the appearance of the rain. As in another hemisphere, this can be speaking obviously about perhaps the northern hemisphere, which is opposite seasons, or it could be talking about that the desert has had this complete 180-degree shift. It's this complete hemisphere shift in the sense that it was all arid and barren, and now it's just so full of all these flowers, and the rain has just completely revived the landscape. So it's been a complete shift, another hemisphere. The temple lotus breaks her buds. So temple has connotations of like a sanctuary, of something holy, of peace, of spirituality. And so this religious imagery, or this religious allusion, reinforces the peace the speaker finds within nature and the praising nature of the poem. Lotus is a type of flower, breaks her buds. So it's flourishing. Notice the alliteration. It emphasizes how the flower bursts open excitedly on the attentive air. If someone is attentive, they're like really listening. So it shows the sense of excitement. They're looking for the flowers to bloom. Notice the dashes indicating sort of explanation or further elaborations. And this last dash to me is like waiting there on the end of the line, waiting for more flowers to bloom, this attentive air. Also notice the alliteration in that line. A frou-frou of new flowers, puff of unruffling petals, while rods of sunlight strike pure streams from rocks beveined with metals. So more beautiful imagery coming across in this stanza. A frou-frou means like frills or ruffles of new flowers. Notice the alliteration in these first two lines of that F sound. It really adds this musical quality and emphasizes the sense of abundance, because there's a puff on unruffling petals. If you think of like unruffle, you think of like the ruffles of a dress. It's a really full dress. And so this shows the abundance of beauty in this natural environment. It's the imagery of these blooming flowers, these petals. While rods of sunlight strike pure streams, so rods meaning rays of light, the rays of sunlight strike is a really powerful image showing how much of an impact the sunlight can truly make on the natural environment. Pure streams, small rivers is a really sort of beautiful, romantic image. The sibilance here, the sound device, really adds this sort of musical quality again to the poem. From rocks beveined with metals. So rocks, not the best not the most positive imagery, but here it's showing us that they're beveined. So beveined meaning filled with, but the use of the word vein, you think of something that's like life-giving, right? It has that really like that connotation of giving life to something, like our veins, that's where our blood flows, that's how we have life. And so these rocks are filled with life. And what are they filled with? Metals, with precious metals. So it's just showing the sense of like opportunity, and the sense of that nature is very abundant with all this beauty, and it's a complete shift from the sort of usual arid nature of the desert, the barren emptiness. There's so much potential here. Far in the gaunt Karoo, that winter earth denotes, ironstone caves give back the burr of lambs in multitudes. So now we have a contrast from the previous stanza, because now we're going back to how it was before the rain came. So far away, or far back in the past, the gaunt means it's something is lacking, it's haggard, it's grim. The Karoo is this biome in South Africa which is very dry, there's not a lot of rain. That winter earth denotes, so winter obviously has the connotation of being barren and empty and stripping away life. And so during the winter time, this Karoo, this desert, is stripped away. Denudes means strips or takes away. Ironstone caves give back the burr. If you think of the imagery of an ironstone cave, there's no warmth there. It's an unwelcoming and cold image. So this stanza really provides us this vivid image of the coldness of winter. Gives back the burr, the alliteration there of the B sound, emphasizes how you would like shiver from the cold. It's like, and burrs, this is almost like a ringing sound. You make the sound when you're cold. Of lambs in multitudes. So if you ever visit the Karoo, then you'll know that there are a lot of sheep, there are a lot of lambs in the Karoo, because they're one of the only animals who can actually live in such arid conditions. But also the use of lambs, being obviously young sheep, is the birth of lambs can be a symbol of hope or the coming rain, and that there's going to be some sort of rebirth. It's almost like a foreshadowing that the rain is coming and that there is going to be the sense of revival and rebirth. Grass waves again where drought bleached every upland kraal. A peach tree shoots along the wind, pink volleys through a broken wall. So grass waves, so you can think of this in terms of personification, that the grass is waving and somewhat like a greeting, or you can think of the connotation of water, right? The water has allowed the grass to grow, and so now it's like sort of growing up all in these waves. The grass is everywhere. Once again, so it's like saying it's replaced the drought. Where drought bleached, so it's replaced where the drought bleached. If you think about bleached, it has really negative connotations, taking something away. The drought took away the grass and flowers, but now the grass has replaced the drought. So where there once was drought, now the grass is in full bloom after the rain. Every upland kraal, so every shows this is all over this landscape, all over Namakwaland. Upland kraal is the South African word for a village. A peach tree shoots along the wind. So a peach tree obviously is something, showing promise or showing opportunity and fruit and abundance. Shoots along the wind. It's like this strong wind that takes it away or moves it from place to place. Pink volleys through a broken wall. So shoots and volleys are both this sort of image of flying. It's almost the sense of the entire landscape has just been taken up by this rain, and it's just completely transformative. Through, this can indicate like sort of the destructive nature of nature or of a storm or of rain, that it picks things up and just carries them along in the wind. So through a broken wall can indicate a little bit of that violence or the power of nature. The enjambment in these lines can emphasize how the drought kept going, but also how the rain keeps affecting everything. It's almost like this domino effect of the rain just keeps causing all these different reactions to occur. And willows growing round the dam may now be seen, with all their traceries of twigs just hesitating to be green. And so in this stanza, we see the trees getting ready to bloom. They've now been enriched by the rain, and now they are just about to become green, just about to show off to the rest of the environment. So trees, or willows, are trees, and they're growing around the dam. So that's just giving us context as to where they are. The enjambment in this stanza can show the excitement of the speaker as he recognizes the transformation of nature in all these different aspects. Traceries of twigs, we can see the alliteration there. It's almost like the speaker is following the progress of these trees, just hesitating to be green. They're about to embody their new appearance. They are almost there. And if you think about like sort of the beauty of nature, and all these different things blooming, it's wonderful, but also you want a sense of like opportunity and something to come. And so these willow trees are like that symbol of what's to come, that the rain is going to even be more powerful and bring about in a slower way the beauty of these trees. Soon to be hung with colonies, all swaying with the leaves of pendant wicker love nests, the pretty loxia weaves. So this stanza also goes on that sense of anticipation and tension of this is not just what the beauty that the speaker has described is not the only thing. There's going to be more. The rain is going to have even more of a positive effect, because soon these trees are going to be filled with colonies. The trees are getting ready to be the homes for the birds who will arrive in the spring and the summertime. All swaying with the leaves, that movement, that sort of melody of nature is coming through. Of pendant wicker love nests. So the nests obviously symbolic of birds and love. It's also just emphasizing the sort of beautiful imagery. The pretty loxia weaves. So pretty obviously has positive connotations. Loxia is a type of bird, and weaves. And think about weaves as not just like the nest arrives. It's showing us that the loxia takes care when crafting its nest. So it's really, this stanza just fills us with a sense of hope. It's filled with that nature is filled with life and song, and that there's a sense of expectation that it's going to continue to transform in this positive way. The structure of the poem, or the form, we have 8 stanzas of 4 lines each, and they follow the rhyme scheme of A, B, C, B, D, E, F, E. This really creates this lyrical melody, which emphasizes the intention of the poem, which is to praise nature and the speaker being in awe of nature. There's lots of imagery in this poem to note. The tone and the mood is a sense of admiration, contemplation. It's a joyous tone. It's uplifting. It's praising. The theme or message of the poem is, being in awe of nature, the beauty of nature, the rebirth, the sense of rebirth and revival, the cycle of nature. And if you want to think of it figuratively, it could be how harsh conditions will always end in a time of beauty and wonder. That harshness will end, and there will be this time of beauty and hope and optimism. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found that video helpful. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing Sonnet 104 by William Shakespeare. So a bit about our poet. William Shakespeare lived between 1564 and 1616. He is one of the most famous poets and playwrights of all time. He wrote 154 sonnets, and he's known as the Bard. Let's get into the sonnet. To me, fair friend, you never can be old, for as you were when first your eye I eyed, such seems your beauty still. 3 winters cold have from the forests shook 3 summers' pride. So we start off this poem, to me, fair friend. The speaker directly addresses this fair friend of his. Notice the alliteration, the soft F sound. It really emphasizes the sense of endearment in this statement. You never can be old, he says to the fair friend who he's addressing, that you can never be old, that he doesn't really seem old to him. And he calls him fair friend, meaning beautiful friend. For as you were when first your eye I eyed, he says, for your beauty seems just the same as it was the first day I met you. The fair friend does not seem to have aged, and it specifically mentions his eyes. His eyes don't seem to have aged. Such seems your beauty still. He says that his beauty just continues, and his beauty hasn't changed, it's almost stood still. The alliteration or the sibilance over here, the repetition of that S sound, really emphasizes the sense of mystery or mystique in the sense that his beauty has stood still. And the caesura, the full stop in the middle of that line, once again emphasizes the stillness, the constant nature of this beauty. 3 winters cold have from the forest shook 3 summers' pride. So he says that since the first time that they met, 3 cold winters have stripped the leaves off 3 proud summers. Notice the personification of the winter and the forest that are able to sort of shake off their leaves. And then you should also notice the enjambment from lines 3 to 4, the run-on line, which emphasizes how time is passing, the progression of time. 3 beauteous springs to yellow autumn turned, in process of the seasons have I seen, 3 April perfumes and 3 hot Junes burned, since first I saw you fresh, which yet are green. So in the second quatrain of the sonnet, the speaker continues describing the progression of time. So in the first quatrain, he speaks about how the fair youth does not seem to have aged. Now he's going to really emphasize how much time has passed, and he's going to use lots of imagery of all the different seasons to enhance this messaging. He says that 3 springs have turned into yellow autumns. The listing of all the season emphasizes how much time has passed and emphasizes how the fair friend should really have aged at this point. The enjambment in these lines also shows time is passing, seasons are progressing, and so just as the seasons progress, so too the beauty should have progressed. It should have evolved, turned and morphed into old age, yet it doesn't seem to have. So he says 3 beautiful springs have turned into 3 yellow autumns, all in the course of nature and the cycle of nature. 3 April perfumes. Now he's talking perfumes, he's alluding to the season of spring here. And 3 hot Junes burned, here he's alluding to summer. So 3 Aprils full of springtime flowers have all been burnt up in the heat of a hot June summer. Obviously this is referring to northern hemisphere seasons. Since first I saw you fresh, which yet are green. Since the first day that he saw the fair friend, in your freshness. And then he uses the color green as a symbol, because green is something, represents newness, almost like something like a fruit that is unripe. The speaker does not seem to have aged, he's still young and green. Sorry, not the speaker hasn't aged, but the fair friend hasn't aged, and the speaker notes this. Ah, yet doth beauty like a dial hand steal from his figure, and no pace perceived. So your sweet hue, which methinks still doth stand, hath motion, and mine eye may be deceived. In the third quatrain here, the speaker admits that he knows that this fair friend must have aged, so he acknowledges the natural sort of order of the world, and that the fair friend must have changed over the years that he's known him. So it really adds the sense of authenticity, and adds to the tone of reflection as the speaker relates, yes I know, I know. Yet doth beauty like a dial hand steal from his figure. He says, but beauty is like the hand of a clock which creeps away and continues to move, but we may not really notice it. So he says that no pace is perceived. When you actually look at the clock, the hand doesn't seem to be moving, yet we know that the hand does move and that time is passing. Notice the alliteration of the F sound, steal from his figure. That alliteration shows how, or it emphasizes the stealth of the clock hand as it moves, just like the beauty of this fair friend seems to slowly tick by without really noticing it. And no pace perceived. This alliteration of this harsh P sound, this plosive sound, emphasizes how time is powerful. It goes slowly and secretly, but it makes an impact. So your sweet hue is a word linked to color, and now the speaker is finally going to realize that the laws of nature still apply to this fair youth, which methinks still doth stand. He says, in the same way, your sweet beauty, which seems to be standing still, hath motion, meaning it is moving, it is aging, it is actually changing, and mine eye may be deceived, and my eye may be deceived. What I am seeing is actually perhaps not entirely the truth. And that reference to the eye links back to the second line where he talks eyed, and he's basically showing that maybe his eye is not as reliable as he thinks. The colon at the end of this line indicates that now he has come to the rhyming couplet. He's come to terms with this idea that his eye may be deceived, but now he's going to have a little turn. He's going to introduce the rhyming couplet, introduce the conclusion to this sonnet. For fear of which, hear this, thou age unbred, ere you were born was beauty summer dead. So now we have the rhyming couplet, we have the twist. The rhyming couplet is extremely hyperbolic, it's an over-exaggeration, and he says, in case of your beauty being forgotten, I'm going to state this very clearly so that future generations will know that before they were born, the greatest example of beauty was already dead. So he says here that this fair friend's beauty is eternal and its everlasting nature, even though the speaker has just admitted that he knows it's unnatural to have a constant state of beauty and not to age or show any sign of aging. He says, even though he's just recognized that, he says this fair friend's beauty is eternal and it's going to live on it's going to be encapsulated within this poem. So as this poem lives on, so too the lover's beauty will be eternal. Summer over here is a symbol or an example of something positive and beautiful. So in the rhyming couplet, the speaker expresses how the most beautiful person who ever lived was this fair friend of his. The structure of the poem, this is an English or Shakespearean sonnet, so it's comprised of 14 lines. It's written in iambic pentameter. There are 3 quatrains and a rhyming couplet, so the 3 quatrains set out the argument, they develop the writer's or the speaker's perspective, and the rhyming couplet provides the twist or the conclusion or the reinforcing of the theme. The rhyme scheme is A, B, A, B, C, D, C, D, E, F, E, F, G, G. Quatrain 1 addresses the fair youth does not seem to have aged. Quatrain 2, how much time has passed. Quatrain 3, the speaker knows that the fair friend must have aged, and the rhyming couplet that the most beautiful person who ever lived is the fair friend. The tone and the mood you can describe as loving, sincere, reflective, earnest, impassioned, and the rhyming couplet is assertive. Themes, mortality and aging, beauty is temporary, not everlasting, love, beauty versus time, aging and decay. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Ozymandias by Percy Shelley. So firstly, a bit of information about our poet. Percy Shelley lived between 1792 and 1822. He was a romantic poet, which meant that he primarily focused in his poems on the themes of the power of nature and praising nature. His second wife was Mary Shelley, who wrote the novel Frankenstein. The title Ozymandias actually refers to a real-life monarch of Egypt, a pharaoh. So this is an allusion to the pharaoh known as Ramses II. It's the Greek name for Ramses II. He was known as a great ruler who ruled for quite a big chunk of time from 1279 to 1213 BC. He built a great empire or civilization, and he was a great monarch in terms of the realm of influence that he created. So he commissioned many statues, many temples, and we're going to see how that's important when we get to the poem. I met a traveller from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies. whose frown. So the I, the personal pronoun, the speaker talks and he relates. He's going to relate from his perspective what he hears from the traveler, and then we're going to see the direct speech. If you think about the word traveler, or if someone is a traveler, they probably have many stories, they're probably very worldly, and it comes from an antique land. So antique means really old, and this is an allusion to Egypt because he's going to talk about Ozymandias, and Ozymandias was the pharaoh of Egypt, and we know Egypt to be a really ancient place and civilization. It is a bit of an ambiguous line in terms of, does the traveler, is he originally from Egypt or did he just visit Egypt? That's not really made clear. Who said, and then we have a dash to introduce this direct speech, and this direct speech shows that the speaker is relating the story in the traveler's own words. The readers get the actually not the speaker's interpretation but the traveler's perspective, so it's more authentic. It's not really embellished by the speaker, or so this direct speech claims to offer this unembellished version. And so any analysis or explanation is from the traveler's perspective. And so this is what he relates to the speaker one day. He says, two vast and immense trunkless legs of stone. Vast means immense, trunkless means there's no body attached, legs of stone. So the legs of the statue of Ozymandias are standing there in this antique land. They stand in the desert, so that obviously gives us another clue that this antique land is definitely Egypt, because Egypt has this desert landscape. But this also hints at later on, deserts give a sense of connotations of emptiness and barrenness. There's nothing else remaining. The civilization which Ramses built is not there. So that's a little hint for what's to come, what he's going to actually explicitly tell us about how the civilization has completely crumbled over time. The ellipsis over here, the ... can indicate that maybe the traveler says other things as he's talking, and the speaker sort of cut down what he said and focused on the part that was important to him and that he wants to relate. But also what it can signify is it could be giving the readers an opportunity to think now, stand in the desert. So we can just sort of imagine this image in our head. It makes us stop and pause. Near them on the sand, so that's pretty self-explanatory, standing near there on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies. So half sunk, so half buried in the sand. Shattered means broken. Visage is a face. So the face of the statue, you've got the legs on one side, and then the face is almost like halfway in the ground. It lies there, it's inanimate, it's lost all its power. Whose frown? Frown is our first indication of perhaps this leader being a bit ill-tempered, or a little bit of a, giving connotations of like a dictator or a really harsh leader. And we're going to see more of those words coming up in the next line. And wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. So I've circled the word wrinkled and sneer and cold command, just like I circled frown in the previous line. All of this diction is quite negative. It does not paint this leader in a very sort of positive or well-liked manner. The diction describes a bad-mannered or bad-tempered, ill-tempered, commanding, authoritarian, evil, selfish leader. But a very powerful leader nonetheless. The traveler really reads into what he sees in the statue and how the statue has been represented, and he is taking what the sculptor has created and he's taking it as sort of what the commander must have been. So he's interpreting sort of the facial expressions. Notice the alliteration of the harsh C sound in cold command. This emphasizes how cruel Ozymandias seems, so it mimics the sort of clear commanding instructions that the traveler thinks based on this expression that he seemed to have been giving out, his commanding nature. It mimics that idea, this alliteration. So this line shows us what the traveler interprets about the face of the statue, what he sees in it in terms of what Ozymandias must have been like. Tell that its sculptor well those passions read. So he says, he sort of compliments the sculptor here, and he says Ozymandias' personality seems to have been reflected accurately in the statue. Perhaps he's read sort of literature on the historical analysis on Ramses II that he says, oh, okay, this statue mirrors that. The way he compliments him very confidently shows that maybe he has an understanding of who Ozymandias was before he actually sees the statue and this representation of him. Well, those passions read, passions meaning characteristics. He read them well and he put them into the statue in a good way, which yet survive. So we're going to talk about that, how Ozymandias's legacy does not survive, but what actually does survive here is all the negative characteristics of him within the space of the statue, all these cruel characteristics of Ozymandias. That's the only thing that seems to have survived. We'll talk about what has not survived later on. Stamped on these lifeless things. This lifeless thing is the statue. It is, and things meaning like a part. So the longevity of Ozymandias' legacy and all the sort of life-giving things that maybe he created or he thinks he created or he commanded, those don't live on. There's a sense of lifelessness. It's this dead thing that lives on. It's just on the statue. So he hasn't been successful in sort of preserving his legacy forever and ever. The hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. So what has survived is this image of a hand and heart. This is synecdoche, when a part represents a whole, because these are the things that have sort of survived, but he's not just talking about the hand of Ozymandias. That wasn't the only thing that mocked the people, them meaning the people of Ozymandias' time, the people who he ruled over, but he's referring to Ozymandias himself. But by using synecdoche, he's emphasized that only parts of the figure of the statue remain. And so here, once again, it's not really a positive image that's being painted of Ozymandias. It's that he mocked his people, and the heart that fed, if you think of the connotations of fed, it's almost like consume, and it's not entirely, what we would like to describe a leader as feeding off its people, because that's a sense of like taking from the people. So Ozymandias is described here as being perhaps a little bit selfish and a little bit egotistical and very sort of demanding of his people, but not giving them any sort of recognition for their work or appreciation. The semicolon over here is important. It signifies a separation. Now we're going to be moving on to the sestet of the sonnet. And the sestet is going to be a bit of a change from not just, the traveler's sort of description of finding the statue, but we're going to get a bit more information about the theme of the poem coming through in the sestet. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty in despair. Nothing beside remains, round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare. The lone and level sands stretch far away. So on the pedestal, which is the base of the statue, these words appear. This colon at the end of the line introduces the words that we're going to see. He says, my name is Ozymandias. So the my, this is a sort of the use of this personal pronoun shows this proud proclamation that Ozymandias is making, because in his mind, when people see these the statue years after he has lived, it's still going to be that when they look around, they're going to see all of his work, all of his legacy. So he's really proud to proclaim, my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. So here we have an allusion to this sort of godlike image, because God is supposedly, God is described in literature as being, the King of Kings. And so here he is being extremely arrogant by comparing his strength and power to God's strength and power, which is very clearly a hyperbolic thing to do, or a very arrogant thing to do. Look on my works, once again, he's saying that he created them, that he's responsible for them. We can see from like the earliest, from the octave, that perhaps he was the one sort of commanding this. He probably didn't do any of this work himself, but he's taking credit for it. This is under his rulership that these works have been created. And he says, and despair. You should look upon my works and be in awe of them. You should feel how superior I am. So some words we can use to describe Ozymandias could be the fact that he's arrogant, drunk on power, self-obsessed, egotistical, ignorant, because he believes his legacy will live forever. And that exclamation mark really emphasizes the sense of arrogance. And then we're going to have a complete shift. We're going to have this contrast, this sense of juxtaposition. nothing beside remains. So he's just said you should all like sort of be in awe and worship all of my, all the things that I've created in my lifetime, or as a ruler. You should despair my legacy, but actually nothing remains. And so actually, instead of us being in despair, Ozymandias should be in despair because his life or his legacy has not lived on. The nothing can refer to sort of two things. You can think of it as like there's nothing next to the statue, nothing beside remains, nothing beside the statue is left. Or you can think of it as nothing is left except for the remains of the Ozymandias' fallen statue, his fallen legacy. Nothing beside remains. It's a really short, simple sentence with a full stop, just emphasizing how little there is left and just really stating the facts there and putting Ozymandias sort of in his place. And that caesura in the middle of the line, the full stop, really just emphasizes the sense of finality to it. And this is going to introduce the power of nature in this poem. The traveler continues round the decay of that colossal wreck. So decay, like the dilapidation, the terrible state of the statue. Colossal wreck, this is referring to this immense destroyed statue that's just standing there in the desert, in the middle of the desert. Boundless and bare. Boundless means with no limits, and bare means really empty. And this alliteration is really powerful. This harsh B sound alliteration, it almost sounds like an echo. It emphasizes how empty the surroundings are. The lone and level sand stretch far away. The enjambment in these lines further emphasizes sort of how boundless this emptiness is. The alliteration of the L sound is really significant. It's this longing L sound, which emphasizes the isolation of the statue. And the sand stretch far away. This sibilance emphasizes or reinforces or highlights or suggests how the desert stretches on forever and ever with no sign of Ozymandias' work or his legacy or what he's left behind in the world. And we end the inverted commas to show that it's the end of the traveller's account and thus the end of the poem. In terms of the structure of the poem, this is a Petrarchan or Italian sonnet with 14 lines, an octave and a sestet. The octave is the first 8 lines, which introduces the theme and the argument, and the sestet is the last 6 lines, which intensifies or reinforces. However, we can see that the poem does not follow the exact rhyme scheme of a Petrarchan sonnet. Rather, the rhyme scheme is A, B, A, B, A, C, D, C, E, D, E, F, E, F. Notice as well, with the structure, lines 12 to 14, the enjambment, the run-on lines, emphasize how much nothingness there is around the statue and the failure of his legacy to live on. The tone of the poem shifts depending on where we are in the poem. So in the octave, we can say that the tone is perhaps reflective and even matter-of-fact, whereas in the sestet, when we're reading the proclamation on the pedestal, it's confident, arrogant, self-important, and then the last 3 lines of the poem are sarcastic and mocking of Ozymandias' belief that his legacy is going to live on. The theme and the message is really important. Man versus nature, the power of nature, the ignorance of man, the pitfalls of arrogance, legacy and mortality. Ultimately, the poet or the speaker wishes to express how nature is powerful. Nature is more powerful than anything that's man-made. So you can create a statue, you can create a whole civilization, but ultimately nature is going to overpower that. Nothing can last forever. We have a sense of mortality. Our legacies are not going to last forever and ever. But also that we shouldn't be arrogant in terms of what nature can do. That nature is incredibly powerful, and it is more powerful than any sort of man-made venture or ideal or idea. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, we're going to be analysing the poem Moving Through the Silent Crowd by Stephen Spender. So a bit of information about our poet. He lived between 1909 and 1995. He was an English poet, and a lot of his poetry focuses on social injustices and current political, economic, and social issues. just like this poem, which is going to talk about the issue of unemployment, which is extremely relevant, especially within the South African context, as in 2023 the unemployment rate is over 30% in our country, so it is quite a relevant poem, you could say. Moving through the silent crowd who stand behind dull cigarettes, those men who idle in the road, I have the sense of falling light. So this poem is from the perspective of the speaker, who is someone who is employed, who has a job, who is making money, and who has something to do with his time, has something meaningful to do with his time. So this is an outsider's perspective on the unemployment crisis experienced during this period in history. Moving, this is in the present tense, so this shows that this is the current situation and he's currently noticing and reflecting on this issue, and literally he is walking through this crowd of silent people. The is a definite article, so he's talking about a particular group, talking about unemployed or jobless people, and crowd is a collective noun, so it shows that many people are unemployed and they've created this entire group. The use of the word silent has a connotation in this context of being passive, of not having agency or a voice, of even apathy or indifference, of sort of coming to a point where there's a sort of uncaringness to how you interact, and you're silent, you feel passive, and you feel disempowered and unempowered. The image of a silent crowd is quite a disconcerting image, because usually a crowd makes a loud noise, but the fact that they're silent really emphasizes the sense of apathy or indifference. Who stand behind dull cigarettes. Dull is referring over here not necessarily to the cigarettes, but to these people's lives. They seem to be dull because they don't have any color or meaning to them, because they don't have a purpose. Remember, this is from the speaker's perspective, who is an outsider looking in. So in this first stanza, it does seem like he is being quite harsh in terms of how he's assessing the situation. The cigarettes, this imagery shows that they have nothing else to do except maybe to smoke in the street. Those men who idle in the road, so those is this word shows the sense of separation, that the speaker is separate from the men he is observing. Who idle, if you think of idle as a verb, it means doing nothing, and as an adjective it can mean something that is pointless. So you can see the sort of way you can interpret this word in two ways. In this case it's being used as a verb, but we can think of the adjectival form as well. They are doing nothing, they're sort of living this pointless existence, they're sitting on the side of the road. I have the sense of falling light. And so now the speaker reflects on this image that he's just described, this description that he's just made, and he uses the metaphor of falling light. He says he's noticing this lost opportunity. The potential of these men is not being used or exercised, and so therefore there's this sort of idea of falling from grace. This light, this hope, this potential is falling. The speaker is almost losing his faith in the system or in the societal sort of progress when he sees all of this potential being wasted. They lounge at corners of the street and greet friends with a shrug of the shoulder, and turn their empty pockets out, the cynical gestures of the poor. There's definitely a condescending tone in this first line, because the speaker claims that these unemployed men are lounging on the corners of the streets, and lounge has connotations of like laziness and relaxing, but really this would hardly be true of someone who is unemployed and looking for work. It wouldn't be a sort of relaxing activity just to lie around in the street. The setting of the street shows that they have nowhere else to be. They greet friends with a shrug of shoulder. Notice that alliteration. This gesture of a shrug of the shoulder is nonchalant, it's uncaring, it's detached. It just emphasizes that their interactions are even hopeless. They just express to each other that nothing's changed and that their situation still continues. And turn their empty pockets out. Empty pockets is a symbol of poverty. The cynical gestures of the poor. And so here the speaker remarks what these are: the shrug of the shoulders, the turning out of empty pockets. These are gestures indicative of poor people who are cynical about life. So cynical is when you've sort of experienced something and you feel like you've sort of been betrayed by society. You've become distrustful of society. You lose faith in the goodness of society and the goodness of people. So it's a really sort of negative place to be. And this is what happens with this silent crowd as they become cynical. They don't think anything positive is going to change. They have this negative perspective of society and of their futures. Now they've no work, like better men who sit at desks and take much pay. They sleep long nights and rise at 10 to watch the hours that drain away. This is a very important stanza, which, if you get tested on this poem, I definitely feel like some questions will be directed towards this stanza because there are a lot of poetic devices and a lot of interesting things going on here. So now obviously references the current situation. They've no work, they have no work, this crowd of people, these men don't have any work. Like better men who sit at desks and take much pay. This is a really interesting simile. You have the comparison of these, a paradoxical comparison because it seems contradictory. The speaker compares the poor unemployed to the employed rich people because both of these groups of people seemingly do nothing, but the results obviously are completely different. They are in completely different situations. So he says that like rich people who sit at desks and seem to do nothing, but they get a lot of money, so too do these poor people sit around all day and do nothing. Notice the enjambment over here. The enjambment shows this continuing trend, and perhaps this comparison to rich people, to this class difference, can really make the reader think about why certain people end up being rich and why certain people end up being poor. So it definitely provokes thought in terms of this contrast between the rich and the poor, but also is an interesting sort of image because both of these factions of people seem to do nothing yet have differing results. They sleep long nights and rise at 10. So these people who are unemployed, they don't have to do anything in the day. They're trying to sort of waste the hours away. So they'll sleep a long time. They don't have a reason to get up in the morning. And here it sort of introduces the idea of like a job or a work or a career forming a very important form of meaning in your life. And if you don't have that meaning, then what is your day all about? So it really emphasizes the sense of hopelessness, especially with this final image in the stanza, which is to watch the hours that drain away. So if you watch something, it's a really passive action. You don't have any control or agency in life. You're just watching it happen, and you're watching the hours, not just the seconds and the minutes, but hours, that's a long time, drain away. So this metaphor and this imagery of like water being wasted, going down the drain, it really emphasizes that time is meaningless because the poor are, not paid for their time. If you don't have a job, your hours become meaningless. They just drain away. It becomes a sense of futility. If you don't have meaning, if you don't have a way to spend your day, then you just watch the hours drain away. So it's a really hopeless image of this aimless population of unemployed people. I'm jealous of the weeping hours they stare through with such hungry eyes. I'm haunted by these images. I'm haunted by their emptiness. So then we have this very ironic line of I'm jealous of the weeping hours, because why would this speaker, it's very unexpected if the speaker would be jealous of unemployed people, especially after the descriptions that he has created of them. But he is perhaps jealous just of the fact that they have lots of time. Sometimes when we don't have time, we're jealous of people who do have time, even if we don't understand. And the speaker, I would argue, does not have a full comprehensive understanding of the true plight and suffering of an unemployed person, but he sees one aspect which he wants to have in his life. But then he does backtrack onto from this reflection, and he says of weeping hours, and to me this could potentially be personification, in the sense it's almost like the hours themselves are weeping because they're being wasted. And this points back to that image before, falling light, of this wasted potential. These hours are weeping because they're being wasted. Nothing meaningful is being done. These men are not achieving their potential. They stare through with such hungry eyes. If you stare at something, it's like watching something. It's a passive action. If you stare, it's also maybe not interesting or stimulating. There's lots of nothingness in these people's lives. With such hungry eyes, you can think of hungry in terms of literally hungry, they don't have money, they don't have money to buy food, or figuratively hungry, they're hungry for meaningful work. And eyes are the windows to your soul. So he's noticing that how their eyes and their soul itself is so hungry. I'm haunted by these images. I'm haunted by their emptiness. This anaphora, or the repetition of I'm haunted, emphasizes how deeply affected the speaker is by this thing that he witnesses, by these images he's just described, and by their emptiness, by the sense of meaninglessness. Notice the use of this diction of emptiness. It's like something is devoid, something is lacking. It's almost like it should be by default that you do have a job or that you do have some meaning in your life. Notice throughout the poem the distinction between the pronouns of I versus them. Remember, this is the speaker's perspective, and the speaker is clearly just an observer, and so he's not understanding every single aspect perhaps of the plight of the unemployed, but he is describing his perspective of it and his reflections and contemplations on this issue, and clearly he does feel deeply about it. The structure of the poem, we have 4 stanzas of 4 lines each. The tone can be described as disillusioned, critical, condescending, contemplative, despairing. The mood is depressing and hopeless. The theme is that of unemployment, loss of potential, action versus inaction, and finding meaning in life. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found that video helpful. I hope to see you in the next one. Please remember to like and subscribe.
Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Touch by Hugh Lewin. So firstly, a little bit about our poet. Hugh Lewin lived between 1939 and 2019. He was a South African poet who was also an anti-apartheid activist, and he was imprisoned as a political prisoner between 1964 and 1971. So he was jailed for 7 years. That's going to be important as we go through the poem. And as I said, he was a political prisoner, so he was imprisoned for resisting the apartheid regime. So if we have a look at our title, Touch, it's a very simple title, just one singular word, and that really makes us focus in on what this word not only denotes, but what it also connotes. So what are the connotations of touch? And then when we think about touch, we can think about the positive connotations and the negative connotations. If you think about touch in a positive manner, you can think of touch as being loving, caring. It's how you express different kinds of love. It is also a very important sort of human part of human development. If you think about when a baby is born, doctors always advise parents to have skin to skin contact with newborns, because it's a key part of our human development. It's a key sense. It's one of our 5 senses. But then on the other hand, we can have very negative associations and connotations of touch. It could be invasive, it could be unwanted, it can even be inhumane. So just from this very simple title, we're already thinking about all of these connotations of touch and how touch can be seen in these 2 polar opposite ways. Stanza 1. When I get out, I'm going to ask someone to touch me. Very gently, please, and slowly. Touch me. I want to learn again how life feels. So if we have a look at the stanza, we start with when I get out. So the use of when actually indicates this is an optimistic speaker. He looks towards his future and the ending of his imprisonment. So he doesn't say if, he says when. And when I get out, so we can understand he's writing from prison. So he's in prison at the moment and he's dreaming about when he gets out. The use of I is this personal first person pronoun, and this is important because it adds sincerity and authenticity to the poem. He's going to ask someone. Look at the word someone, it's not specific, and this indicates, which we're going to see coming up later again, his sense of desperation for a positive form of human connection, a positive form of touch. He's going to ask someone, anyone, to touch me. Very gently, please, and slowly.
The words gently and slowly are adverbs, and this is showing us how he wants to be touched. The use of please further emphasizes his desperation for a positive form of touch. Touch me. Do you notice there's a lot of repetition in this poem? And here we see the first time. The repetition of touch me emphasizes the sense of pleading, this desperation, this plea that he really desires to be touched in a positive way. I want. This is a really short line, and I think that goes to show how he's trying to emphasize that this is his deepest desire. This is his true want to learn again how life feels. So now we get really quite serious, and we get to understand how touch is not something just literal. I mean, we can understand to learn how life feels, it's like literal, you feel someone's touch, but actually we can understand this in a more figurative and deeper implied way, is that positive touch is absolutely essential to actually living and enjoying life. If we have a look at this stanza and the next stanza, we're going to notice a lot of enjambment, a lot of run-on lines. Also, you should have noticed the indent. And both of these things, especially the enjambment, really emphasizes this sense of sincerity, of honesty, of reflection, authenticity. It's the speaker is speaking straight from the heart. So there's no like punctuation. Well, there is some punctuation, but it's not, following conventional structuring of a poem or of typical writing, because it's just writing straight from the heart, putting down thoughts on paper. So we really have this understanding of this being a very authentic experience, or that he's trying to relate. I always like to think of it like a diary entry, like perhaps it's so authentic it's not even supposed to be read by anyone, so it's just your thoughts. You don't have to punctuate, you don't have to use conventional strategies in terms of writing a full sentence and then putting a full stop. So you notice how the enjambment just adds this layer of honesty to the reflection. Stanza 2. I've not been touched for 7 years. For 7 years I've been untouched, out of touch, and I've learned to know now the meaning of untouchable. So a really interesting stanza that sets out this difference between the two kinds of touch, or introduces this idea. So I, once again, it's this personal pronoun being used, and the use of the contraction, just as it was in the first stanza, it really adds this conversational tone. And in this stanza, I've actually highlighted not been touched, untouched, out of touch, and untouchable. So all the times he references touch because they each signify something slightly different. So not been touched and untouched in a sort of very literal way. He says that he has not been touched in a humane way. So yes, he's been touched, as we're going to see in the next stanza, but he's been touched in an inhumane way. So here he's talking about he has not experienced positive form of touch in 7 years. The second and third line here, for 7 years, for 7 years, this repetition emphasizes how long this period of isolation from human contact has been, and how he's thought about it every single day for those 7 years. Out of touch. Now this phrase, out of touch, we've heard this before. So if you think about it in a literal sense, he hasn't had access to positive touch, he's been isolated. But if you think about the expression that we use, out of touch, and what its association is, it's that you're lacking in up-to-date information or connections with the world. And so this speaker, because he's been in jail for 7 years and he hasn't had any positive connections, positive human relationships, he has been isolated, he is lacking up-to-date information, he's lacking connection to the world. And I've learned to know now the meaning. Notice the enjambment once again. This is showing the free expression of his thoughts. To know the meaning of untouchable. So untouchable, this is a really interesting word. As you can see, it's all variation of the things that we highlighted, but untouchable is the most severe out of all of them. It means that no one can touch him. His status in society is that of an undesirable. His prisoner status is the lowest of lows. He is an outcast, a cast off. So we can understand that he is untouchable. No one wants to build a human connection with him, and how that is so dehumanizing. So the different variations of not being touched emphasize the different aspects of life which he is missing in his incarcerated state. Stanza 3. Untouched, not quite. I can count the things that have touched me. So short stanza, but a really important one. So untouched, and now we have a dash, and this dash denotes a shift and a further explanation to follow of how he's been untouched. Or in this case, not quite. He says, I can count the things. Notice the harsh alliteration of the C sound. It's a cutting sound. And also notice, if you are able to count something, it usually has a negative connotation. If you're able to count how many times you've experienced this and this and this, then it might have this negative connotation because you remember, somehow we tend to, like human bias, we remember negative things, more deeply than we sometimes remember positive things. So both of these things together, the alliteration and this idea of counting something, emphasize that these things, and we're going to talk about things as being, he doesn't talk about humans, he talks about things. It suggests this inhumane treatment. And so all of these different aspects emphasize that the way that he has been touched has given him or has yielded brutal scars. So we understand that these things have not been a positive form of touch at all. So he says he's been untouched by positive touch, but he hasn't been untouched entirely. He's been touched by things, by these cutting, harsh sounds, can count. These things, these inhumane ideas or people who have touched him in this negative way. Stanza 4. 1. Fists. At the beginning, fierce, mad fists, beating, till I remember screaming, don't touch me, please don't touch me. So 1, here we are listing the forms, he is listing the forms of abuse he has endured. The colon indicates the start of an explanation, and in this instance, and the use of the word fists, this is one of the things that have tortured him, or that have touched him, as he mentioned in the previous stanza. But the diction is quite significant over here. If you think of the connotations of fists, we think of aggression, we think of physical abuse. And so we can understand by that these, and you see how he's dehumanizing firstly, because also fists are representative of people who actually are harming him, right? But by focusing on fists, by focusing on the things, he's emphasizing the inhumanity of this form of touch. At the beginning, so this is denoting when he first arrived to serve his sentence in jail. Fierce, mad fists. So fierce and fists, we notice that alliteration, and this alliteration enhances the fierceness of the fists and the ferociousness with which he is being hit and beaten. The use of the word mad, I always find this a really interesting word when it's used in poetry, because it doesn't just denote something that's angry, right? But if there's a madman, what makes a madman so dangerous is that they are unpredictable. You don't know what to expect. And so the use of the word mad here has connotations of angry, but also unpredictable. He doesn't know what's coming next. Fists. Notice how fist is being repeated. This emphasizes that there are many fists and many punches that he is experiencing. This line, fierce mad fists, is also an example of a transferred epithet. A transferred epithet is typically when the epithet, usually an adjective, is transferred from one noun to another. That's a very simple definition of what a transferred epithet is. And so in this case, we can see that the fists themselves are not actually mad. It's impossible for the fists to be mad. But it's actually the madness is referring to the prison guards, the people who are punching him. But the use of the transferred epithet emphasizes the ferociousness of the beating. It's like the fists themselves are angry. Beating. So this is a very simple line, but really important. The repetition shows how he's been pummeled by many fists. And the ing indicates that these, and we're going to see it later as well if you skip a line to screaming. So this ing shows that these words are in the present participle form. So as the speaker is reflecting, or as he reflects on this experience, he's writing obviously after having experienced this, but he's writing in the present. He's writing as though it's continually happening to him right now, to emphasize how painful the experience was. He actually seems to feel the pain as he remembers it, as he reflects on it. Till I remember, the use of till is very colloquial. Once again, it's like linked to that contraction, this conversational tone. It's very authentic and sincere speaker. Screaming. So this word screaming is on a line all by itself. So obviously it denotes that the speaker is in pain. But an isolated word on one line emphasizes how alone and isolated the speaker feels in his suffering, and how he has no defense towards this beating other than to scream. And what he screams is, "Don't touch me." Notice how it starts as a demand. It starts with that imperative, "Do not touch me." And then it goes in the next line, "Please don't touch me." And then it turns into this pleading, this begging now for the opposite of stanza 1. Stanza 1, he was saying, "Please touch me, please have this positive human connection." Now he's going the opposite. He's begging to not be touched in this abusive way. Next stanza. 2. Pause. The first 4 years of pause. Every day. Patting pause. Searching. Arms up. Shoes off. Legs apart. Prodding pause. Systematic. Heavy. Indifferent. Probing away all privacy. So 2, he's now listing the second thing that he says has harmed him or has touched him in prison. And here we have pause. And the use of pause, is associated with animal imagery, and this suggests that he's been treated perhaps like an animal in this inhumane way. The first 4 years of pause, so notice the alliteration of the F sound there. There's a sense of painful remembrance in his mind that's erupting to the surface. We also have, then we go to the next line, the first 4 years, that refers to the first 4 years of his imprisonment. Every day. So every day, this shows us that the prisoners are not trusted. They are searched and demeaned every single day. Patting pause, searching. So patting pause, this alliteration of the harsh plosive sound is very invasive. It indicates this lack of privacy and this intrusion. Searching, notice the present participle once again. He is being patted down and searched in an inhumane way. This form of touch is undesired and demeaning to him. And it's intended to be that way, right? By searching these prisoners every day, the guards are ensuring that these prisoners do not feel human, that they feel like they have been seized of their dignity. Now we have this important parenthesis of these 2 dashes, arms up, shoes off, legs apart. So parenthesis usually adds additional information. In this case, it's adding additional information of what the search involves. The quick listing of these actions or these commands show the shouted sort of nature of the commands of the wardens of the guards, how they don't really care. They're just, listing these commands at the prisoners. Prodding pause. So once again, the same note as we had for patting pause, that alliteration of the P sound. Systematic. So this is referring to the entire prison system, especially the searching. It's systematic. It's heavy. It's indifferent. So the touch is negative. It is unfriendly. It is lacking in any emotion. It's just invasive. There's no sense of care in prison. Probing away all privacy. Once again, that's alliteration of the P sound. And if you think about privacy, and having no privacy, it's a very inhumane and undignified way to live. And I think it's maybe something that we don't always consider, privacy as being part of, humanity, or being part of retaining your dignity. But this lack of privacy really alerts us to this, to the fact that this is a right that's been taken away. I don't want fists and paws. I want to be touched again. And to touch, I want to feel alive again. I want to say when I get out. Here I am, please touch me. So I don't want fists and paws. This is a very sincere and honest statement. These fists and paws are these things that he's been talking about and the connotations that we have just discussed. I want, do you see this plea he has? To want to be touched. And here he has this repeated plea. He also doesn't want to be traumatized by this negative touch. He aches for positive touch, and he wants to feel that. He wants to be touched in a positive, humane way again. So this shows us that he has had love in his life and before he went to prison. So he remembers fondly what it was like. And to touch. So he himself wants to touch others. He wants to build human connections with others. He wants to be human. He wants to be touched and to touch himself. To touch as well. I want to feel alive. So feel, this I think references his sort of mental health as well. He wants to feel as though he's alive. And so here we can understand he's equating touch with life. So that's how important this sense is to him. Again, he once felt alive. So there's a sense of loss that he's experienced in prison because he has lost this feeling of being alive. I want to say when I get out. So when he gets out of prison, when he has his freedom, and he ends off the last two lines with his proclamation. Here I am, please touch me in this positive way. And ultimately he's asking, let me live again. So the structure of the poem, or the form of the poem, we saw there was a lot of enjambment, and there's a free verse. The poem is free verse. There's no set rhyme scheme. And these two ideas, we spoke about them showing the sort of free nature of thinking, how he's just expressing his thoughts in this free, unencumbered manner. But it also presents irony, because the speaker is not free. So as much as his writing seems to freely go ahead without any sort of conventional boundary, he himself is not free. The short lines are fragmented, there's this uneven flow, the indents also add to this, and this suggests this unsettling feeling throughout the poem, and perhaps hints at the fact that he's not free and that he's struggling. The tone of the poem can be described as desperate, sincere, pleading, heartfelt, honest. The mood can be described as a mood of desperation, a mood of longing. The theme and message: human connection, physical touch and the different types of touch, imprisonment and dehumanization, what life truly means, the list goes on. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like the video and to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, we're going to analyze the poem The Tenant by Nan Kube. So I always like to start by analyzing the poet so that we have an understanding of what the poem's context is. Unfortunately, we don't have much information about the poet, but what we do know is that she is a Zimbabwean poet and that she runs a charity. So let's get straight into the poem. So the title is The Tenant, and if we think about the tenant, a tenant is someone who is just at a certain place, is a renter for a certain amount of time. So it's a very temporary relationship that you would have with a tenant, someone who is not permanent. We also notice the in the title, and the is a definite article. So this shows us that this is a specific and meaningful tenant that the speaker is going to be talking about. And the title of this poem introduces the extended metaphor which is going to be seen throughout the poem. The ex-lover is the tenant, and the place where the tenant has rented, the flat or the apartment or the house, is the speaker's heart. There is no room for you in my heart. The only tenant who ever lived there left some luggage behind. So the first stanza starts, and it sounds like the speaker is talking directly to someone. It's as though we've intruded into a conversation between the speaker and a potential new lover. And the speaker declares that there is no room for you in my heart. So the speaker declares to this new love interest that there is no room available, that the tenant is still haunting this space of his heart. Notice the enjambment in that first line to the second line. There is no room for you in my heart. The enjambment is the run-on lines. The line does not end with a full stop. It breaks. It's broken up into two different lines. And this enjambment in this instance can emphasize how the speaker's past relationship still haunts him. And it also signifies to us that this poem is going to be a very sincere and authentic poem where the speaker is letting out what his true feelings are. If we look at the second line, we have the full stop in the middle of the line, and this is called caesura. So this full stop in the middle of the line emphasizes the word heart. It really fixates or draws our focus to the word heart. And it also shows us how the speaker's heart is still struggling. It also creates a very unnatural sort of element and shows how the speaker was perhaps shocked by the ending of this relationship. The only tenant who ever lived there, so this shows that he has only truly loved one person in his life, but that she has left him and he's still left with all this emotional baggage from it. Like we said earlier, the tenant, the room, is working with this extended metaphor. So this comparison occurs throughout the poem where the speaker compares his ex-lover to a tenant, to a renter who has moved out, and the heart is the flat, or the flat is the heart. So the only tenant who ever lived there left some luggage behind. So the metaphor extends and we have the luggage. Luggage is mentioned in this first stanza and in the third stanza. And the luggage is representative of memories and emotions that the speaker has, or that the ex-lover has left behind with the speaker. So this shows us that the speaker's heart is not actually empty. There is just no room left because he is holding on to all of these memories from this previous relationship. I didn't evict her, she simply left without a word. So this stanza is quite literal. He basically is acknowledging that he didn't want this ex-lover to leave. He did not break up with her, that she simply left without a word. And this indicates to us that the speaker lacks closure. She left without a word, showing he doesn't actually know why she ended the relationship, and therefore he's left without closure as to why this lover has walked out of his life. I keep hoping she will come back and collect the luggage, or at least arrange for disposal, clean out the place, throw out old memories. So in our third stanza over here, we have this plea, or not necessarily a plea, but an inner sort of plea of what the speaker really thinks. And he hopes that she's going to come back and collect the luggage. So what this means is he hopes that he's going to get closure from this relationship. It ended suddenly and he hopes that she will come back, give him some reasons, collect the luggage, take away some of these memories that have been clogging his heart. Or at least arrange for disposal, or at least arrange for some way for him to get rid of this luggage, to get rid of this baggage, to get rid of all these memories. Clean out the place, meaning clean out his heart, find a way to, clean out his heart, to empty up some space so that he can move on. So here we have that symbolism, we have this figurative extended metaphor continuing. Throw out old memories, and then we have the very direct idea of throwing out old memories. He's not just using the metaphor anymore. So stanza 4 marks a little bit of a tonal shift, because stanza 3, he wants this ex-lover to come back and get rid of all these memories. He wants to seemingly forget about the relationship, make way for a new one. But then he sort of backtracks in this stanza and he says, I could possibly live with the marks on the wall. Some are completely indelible, some I even like. So he says he could possibly live with some of the marks on the wall meaning the memories of the relationship. When a tenant lives in a property, lives in a house, there's going to be some wear and tear, right? There's going to be some indication of that tenant having lived there, some sort of marks on the wall. So like the speaker is saying here, there's obviously, he's like, acknowledges that he can't completely get rid of the relationship, and also that he doesn't want to, that this relationship has impacted his life in some way. It has left these marks on the wall, it's left memories, and he can't just forget about those, right? Those are a part of his life. He says some are completely indelible. Indelible means they cannot be removed. You can't forget them at all. He cannot just forget about this ex-lover altogether. And he acknowledges in a very vulnerable authentic manner. He says some I even like. So he has these good memories of the relationship, and so he backtracks from the previous stanza and he recognizes there's some nuance to forgetting about a past relationship. He doesn't want to forget it in its entirety. He wants closure, but he still wants to hold on to some of those good memories. But you see, I am afraid, if it all goes, what will I do with all that empty space? So the word but usually signifies a shift, a change, a contrast, and here we see the speaker really getting to the heart of his vulnerability, the heart of his fear, and he says, you see, I am afraid if it all goes, so if all the emotion, if all the memories, if he actually finally gets closure, regarding this previous relationship, he wonders what he will do with all the empty space, meaning all of this empty space of his heart, the fact that his heart could be ready for a new relationship, for a new love, for a new beginning. He doesn't know what will be left in his heart. He feels unsure about his future and he feels vulnerable. What will I do with all that empty space? So he wonders what will become of him if he actually does get the closure that he was seeking, if he's able to put this relationship behind him and move on. There's a sense of uncertainty. He doesn't know how to completely start over again and how to face the world in this vulnerable state with an empty heart. So the structure of the poem, we have 5 stanzas. It's written in free verse and there's lots of enjambment and a couple of examples of caesura. And this really emphasizes that this is a sincere piece of writing, that the speaker is writing from the heart in terms of conveying the aftermath and the pain and the struggle of a failed relationship and the vulnerability one has when embarking upon a new one. The tone of the poem can be vulnerable, reflective, sincere. At times it's quite melancholic and heartbroken, and then in perhaps stanza 4 we can say it's contemplative. The mood of the poem is quite intimate and vulnerable and reflective, while the theme and message is heartbreak, relationships, the struggle of moving on. And this theme is definitely showcased, emphasized, and highlighted through the use of the extended metaphor throughout the poem. I hope that you found that video helpful. Thank you for watching. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem For Pit by Finola Dowley. So a little bit of information about our poet. She's a South African writer who was born in 1962 and she taught English for a time at the University of South Africa and the University of Cape Town. So firstly, if we look at the title, For Pit, this shows us the fact that it's starting with for, that this is a poem of dedication that is being dedicated to this man, Pit. And is the Afrikaans word for uncle, and this is usually used as a traditional sign of respect for an older man. So from the speaker's perspective, this is an older man, and she is showing some sort of respect towards him, and she's dedicating this poem to him. When I was least happy in life, my daughter led me across the road to a neighbor whom I did not know, with the purpose of a toddler who does not see gates and fences, but the ducks and puppies on the other side. So in this first part of the poem, we start off with a personal pronoun. So we have when I. So the use of when shows this is quite a narrative sort of structure, that she's telling a story, and the I, the first person pronoun, shows this is a sincere and personal tale. When I was least happy in life, this shows that mentally she was not in her best place. She was struggling with her mental health. My daughter led me across the road. So the diction of led, the use of the word led, shows the sense of independence and the assertive nature of her daughter. If you think about her daughter, because we're going to learn in the next couple of lines that she's a toddler, so that she's young, we can think how children are quite intuitive. They can really sense things. They can understand things that adults are going through, even if they can't really verbalize it. They can sort of feel that energy. They are intuitive. So her daughter is perhaps understanding that her mother is struggling, and so that she needs this person, and she has this feeling that she needs to lead her across the road. To a neighbor, so neighbor has a really positive connotation, someone who's friendly, someone who's helpful, but that's immediately contrasted with a sense of whom I did not know. So even though this is a neighbor, the person or the speaker doesn't actually know who it is. It's virtually a stranger. The only connection that they have is that they share a road. With the purpose of a toddler. So if you think about a toddler, they are unafraid, they are naive, they are confident, they don't hesitate, they don't take no for an answer. Who does not see gates and fences, but the ducks and puppies on the other side. So a really, really beautiful imagery over here, a really lovely metaphor. So obviously it could be talking about literally the gates and fences, but on a figurative, on a deeper level, it's talking about gates and fences as boundaries. And this toddler, the speaker's daughter, does not see these boundaries, does not see these restrictions. Rather, she focuses on the optimistic side. What's at the other end? The ducks and puppies. If you think about the connotations of ducks and puppies, it's a really positive focus. It's optimistic. So she's not seeing any restrictions. She's just seeing the positive perspective. Continuing on. You spoke to me in the same low murmuring tones you used for lame horses and bilious dogs. Crops, flowers, and poultry were our theme. You made me tea and wiped the counter. You said "Foitoch," and "I don't hope so." You guessed. You told me I was beautiful in the courtly way of an old man. So in this part of the poem, we can see that we have introduced the second person pronoun of you, and this is directly speaking to Uampit, the man to whom this poem is dedicated. So she is recounting what he did for her and how he helped her, and she's basically describing these very sort of normal conversations that they had, but how that really healed her. So you spoke to me in the same low murmuring tones. Low murmuring tones shows this sort of comfort that Olympid offers her. They're speaking in a comforting voice. You used for lame horses and bilious dogs, so these are ill animals. So there's this idea, she's sort of comparing herself to being this ill animal or this creature that needs these low murmuring tones, who needs some sort of comfort, who needs some care and attention. Crops, flowers, and poultry were our theme. So notice over here the use of the inclusive pronoun our. This shows their connection. So in the previous part of the poem, it was talking about, you versus I. Now we have our. So we have a sense of connection and togetherness. And notice how they're not talking about her problems. We don't actually even hear what the speaker's problems are, because that's not really important. What she needs here is some sort of comfort. They talk about simple things. They don't talk about a problem. They talk about crops, flowers, and poultry. You made me tea and wiped the counter. He's doing really simple tasks, really simple things, but he's there for her. He's a sort of companion. You said "Foitoch," and I don't hope so. So you said shame and, oh, I really hope that's not the case. And here you see the use of the direct speech really emphasizes the authenticity of the poem and the sincerity of the speaker's tone. You guessed. So just this very simple line, just 2 words with that full stop. He is very intuitive, he's very attentive. He guessed, he figured out what the issue was. He is an attentive man, he can understand deeper than what the words are saying about the crops, flowers, and poultry. But you see, he doesn't interrogate her about it, he doesn't even really offer advice on it. He's just there for her as this companion. And it's not really, discussed what the issue was, what the speaker was experiencing, but just the fact that she had Uampit and Uampit was there for her is what is important. You told me I was beautiful in the courtly way of an old man, so he compliments her in a respectful manner, and this is appreciated by the speaker. So she continues with her narration in the next stanza. One day when it rained, you phoned from your side and said, "I'm sending some ducks for Beatrix." You always called her Beatrix. Out of the window, we saw them waddling over in the way of ducks when directed by Oampit. So one day, this is showing us that their relationship or their connection is long lasting, because it's been a time since he's helped her through this sort of difficult patch in her life, and they've continued their connection. You phoned from your side and said, and here we have the direct speech, "I'm sending some ducks for Beatrix." Now we have a use of parentheses over here. We have the use of double dashes, and that parenthesis or that form of brackets, that extra information is being used as an aside in this context. An aside in this context is referring to a personal comment by the writer. This is additional information that's added. It's a personal comment. The inverted commas by the name shows that this is a nickname, and this shows how familiar he's become with the speaker and her daughter, and how they are, close friends at this point. Out of the window we saw them waddling over in the way of ducks when directed by Owen Pitt. So here we see that there are literal ducks and it's sort of a present to the speaker's daughter. And it's sort of like a comical, uplifting image to sort of cheer her up when the rain has come that day. And then the last two lines. You moved and I moved, but one thing stays, the sense of rescue somehow being saved. The sense of a rescue somehow being saved. These are really beautiful last two lines to end on. You'll notice that they are sort of longish lines compared to the rest of the poem, but they really sum up the key theme, the key message of this poem. It's all about the impact that humans can have on each other in a really positive way. So the idea of you moved and I moved, the one thing that actually made them friends originally was the fact that they were neighbors, right? But after all this time, now that they have both moved, she still remembers the kindness of Owen Pitt and how he rescued her and how he saved her and how he helped her get through this difficult time in her life. So even though they have moved, even though the connection that they had, which was based on their location, has now shifted and is no longer present, their connection outlasts this. Notice over here that these last two lines rhyme in some way with stays and save. They sort of sound the same, so it adds a sense of conclusion to the poem. You should also notice the colon on the second last line, indicating the start of an explanation, because she's going to say, but one thing stays, and then she's explaining or elaborating on that point or what has stayed, which is the sense of a rescue somehow being saved. So if we have a look at the structure, in this poem, there's a lot of enjambment, there's a lot of run-on lines, and this really emphasizes that this is honest, sincere, and authentic. It's a recollection of a story, and it's done in an honest, sincere, authentic way, as though the pen is just flowing. There's also very limited punctuation in this poem, adding to that enjambment. There isn't a rhyme scheme, except maybe for the last two lines, we can see a little bit of a rhyme going on there, but this is really just trying to emphasize how this is the speaker speaking from her heart. The poet is just putting down these words, really in tribute to Owen Pitt. We also have the use of parenthesis, the aside, and direct speech numerous times in the poem to emphasize this is an authentic retelling of the story and an authentic tribute piece. The tone and mood of the poem, we can describe that as reflective, nostalgic, thankful, grateful, contemplative, and praising, even in an admiring tone. And the theme and message is about human connection, the impact we can have on each other's lives, positive influence, support systems, people to inspire, motivate, and help you heal, and mental health. And also the sense of community and how we can really help one another. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like the video and to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video we're going to be analysing the poem Will It Be So Again by Cecil Day Lewis. So as always, a little bit of information about our poet. Cecil Day Lewis lived between 1904 and 1972. He was a British poet who served as the Poet Laureate for a number of years as well. Will it be so again? Will it be so again that the brave, the gifted are lost from view, and empty, scheming men are left in peace their lunatic age to renew? Will it be so again? Must it always be so that the best are chosen to fall in sleep, like seeds, and we too slow in claiming the earth they quicken, and the old usurpers reap what they could not sow? So starting off with a really powerful verb. Will is a modal verb, and the speaker is compelling us over here to contemplate the idea that war is something that keeps on being repeated. This is an anti-war poem, and it's specifically targeting politicians and their role in creating and sustaining wars. So Cecil Day Lewis is criticizing politicians in this poem and lamenting the sacrifices that soldiers have made in order to fight these wars that are not even their own wars, but these ideas and schemes of those people in charge. So throughout the poem, we have the contrast between how he depicts the soldiers and their sacrifice and the fact that they are, they've lost their opportunity to live a full life, with that of the image of the scheming men, of the politicians who are power hungry and who want wars to last a long time to maintain their power and their influence. So starting off with Willoughby, so again we're going to see that this is repeated throughout the poem, further emphasizing the fact that war and the idea of war seems to just continue in every generation. Remember, if you think about the world wars, World War One was called the Great War. They thought this was the war to end all wars, and then 20 years later, or a generation or two later, we have World War Two. So this idea that war is repetitive, it keeps on happening. That the brave, the gifted are lost from view. The diction of brave and gifted show us how much these young people have to offer. The phrase lost from view is a euphemism because they're not just lost from view. The brave, the gifted, these are talking about the young men who gave their lives in wars. So it actually means that they died, that they've been killed in battle. And the use of the euphemism over here is important because it's showing us that he's not actually, the focus of his critique is not on even the sadness of the soldiers dying, but it's even more so on the politicians and how he is so angry at them for their role in these young men's demise. So these young men have been lost from view. They've lost their opportunity to live the lives that were planned out for them, or their destinies. It's been cut short. And we've also, as a society, lost these gifted and brave men and all they could have contributed to our society. And furthermore, they seem to be lost from view. We don't seem to be remembering their sacrifice in enough detail to not be destined to repeat the same mistake over again. And empty scheming men, so we see that contrast with the diction over here. We have empty, we have scheming. Empty means devoid of something. Scheming, they're sort of making these evil plans, and this is talking about the politicians. They're cunning, they're manipulative, they're unscrupulous and corrupt. And so the brave and gifted soldiers are lost from view, and ironically, the empty scheming men are left in peace, and they are able to renew and they are able to live to a ripe old age. So this is something that the speaker is really angry about. How could this possibly be? This is very ironic that those who had so much positivity to offer the world, their lives have been cut short, whereas those who are empty and scheming actually are the ones who remain behind to lead society after war is over. They're left during peace times to be leaders, and also they are able to grow old. The use of the word lunatic shows us how the speaker is extremely critical and condescending towards politicians. He thinks that they are foolish, he thinks they are crazy, and he thinks that war is something that is chaotic and something that is unnatural and irrational. And so these men who have orchestrated this chaos are left to live to a ripe old age, and this makes the speaker quite angry. And then we end off with the same question that the title of the poem is, and also the first line of the poem, would it be so again? And this is a question which is supposed to, make us think, make us contemplate. But this question almost acts also as a resigned conclusion. War, is it just destined to continue? Is it destined to just keep on happening? So the question mark is showing the sense of desperation and asking and this urgency of, is this actually going to keep happening? But the fact that this question, the same exact question, has been repeated shows the sort of resigned attitude of the speaker to the fact that yes, it probably will happen again. Continuing on to the next stanza, must it always be so that the best are chosen to fall and sleep? So here we have once again another reference to those young men, those soldiers who died in battle. They are chosen to fall and sleep, another euphemism, chosen to fight and die, essentially. Like seeds, here we have a simile. We are comparing these soldiers to seeds, and think about the connotations of seeds. It's a new beginning, it's rebirth, it's restarting, the sense of growth. But, he says, and we too slow in claiming the earth they quicken. So we using an inclusive pronoun over here, and now he's shifting the blame not just on the politicians, but on society as a whole, us, the readers included. We have become too slow in recognizing their sacrifice and recognizing the error of our ways in terms of starting these wars or continuing these wars. And he's saying that we need to actually, as a society, reflect on these soldiers' deaths and the loss of their opportunity instead of just hurtling again into another war, into another conflict. The earth that they quicken is talking about the soldiers' bodies that invigorate the earth in which they're buried. And it's a comment by the speaker and telling us we as a society need to learn from this mistake. We need to use the seeds of this. We need to essentially take this as a lesson or as a seed to gain a deeper understanding into something. So seeds referencing the lost potential that these soldiers are being buried as seeds. We're never going to see them grow, but also we need to see the seeds of their death, that we need to see their death as a seed, as a starting point for us to reflect and think about how we can prevent wars going forward. And now we have another example of irony, because now we have this contrast from this sort of pedestal we've put the young men on who have died in battle to the politicians, the old usurpers who reap what they could not sow. A usurper is someone who takes power sort of and benefits from power illegally, someone who is not supposed to be in power. And so this is the speaker commenting on his belief that politicians are responsible for a lot of the terrible things and the chaos of war. And he says that these old usurpers, continuing with the metaphor, sorry, not with the metaphor, with the simile, the comparison of the seeds, he's saying that they actually reap the benefits from what these young men have given up. So instead of the young men actually getting the opportunity to live their lives or benefiting from their sacrifice, it's actually these old politicians who should not even have power, who are gaining from this. So there's a sense of injustice that the speaker is continuing to remark upon. And we have another rhetorical question over here. It doesn't seem to make sense to him. And so he's constantly asking these questions, making us think, but also showing us how unbelievable and insane this seems to be, that this is how the world seems to work. Will it be so again, the jungle code and the hypocrite gesture, a poppy wreath for the slain and a cutthroat world for the living, that stale imposture played on us once again? Will it be as before, peace with no heart or mind to ensue it, guttering down to war, like a libertine to his grave? We should not be surprised. We knew it happened before. So continuing on with that repetition, that repeated refrain of would it be so again, we have a dash, and now he's going to explain what he means by what it is and what is happening again. The jungle code and hypocrite gesture. Jungle code is referring to a sense of all chaos and the unpredictable nature of war, and how during wartime, there's no sort of laws and everything is just turned upside down. So he's talking about that. Is it going to happen again? Is it always going to be this trend that in every generation there's going to be this war where we're not acting like humans, we're acting according to sort of jungle rules? And the hypocrite gesture, talking about a handshake over here, a gesture, a symbol, politicians shaking hands, but really it's hypocritical because all their talk is about peace, but in reality they are pushing for war. They are sponsoring, development of new weaponry. They are making sort of secret deals. They're having these handshakes, having these news statements where they're proclaiming peace, but in reality they are, creating more war and creating more chaos. A poppy wreath for the slain and a cutthroat world for the living. So here we have a contrast over here between those who are slain. Slain is a very sort of a word with violent connotations. They've been killed in the prime of their lives, these soldiers. Poppies as a flower that is used as a symbol of remembrance for those who died in battle. It originated after World War I, when in these old battlefields where soldiers had died, all these poppy flowers started to grow, and now people around the world, come Remembrance Day, they wear poppies to commemorate that. And so a poppy wreath, a wreath is sort of like a circular shaped thing that could be made from poppies or flowers. That's something that can be laid at monuments or memorials or even at graves. And this is what we do to commemorate those who have died. But the speaker is saying over here, is that all that they get? Is this literally what we're going to give them? They've given up their lives, and we don't seem to have learned our lesson from this. He's absolutely frustrated by this idea that we're going to commemorate them with a poppy wreath. But we're not going to actually learn from our mistakes. And a cutthroat world for the living. And so now we have this contrast, because now we're saying, okay, for the living, those who have supposedly survived the battle, survived the war, what are they left with? A cutthroat world, because he said the world just keeps descending into war again. So it becomes this violent and brutal place once again. Why is this the case? Because that stale imposture played on us once again. The politicians have played us, they've tricked us again. They've made us believe that they were actually campaigning for peace, when in reality, they were pushing us once again into that cycle of war. And that repetition of the word again is showing the cycle of lying and the ongoing and everlasting, never-ending nature of war. Will it be as before, referencing the previous stanza now, what he's just spoken about, the cutthroat world for the living, being played, being tricked by politicians again? Peace with no heart or mind to ensure it. So he's saying that peace is never actually going to be a reality, because there's no heart or mind that's actually going to create it into reality. That peace can only actually be achieved when people apply both their hearts and their minds. Hearts representative of emotion, minds representative of intellect. So we can see heart and mind is actually an example of metonymy, when you have sort of something representing a concept or an idea, heart representing emotion, mind representing intellect. So another critique on politicians, he's accusing them of not being able to actually foster peace or maintain peace. Guttering down to war. The diction guttering over here is really powerful, even just the sound as well of the word, of that sharp T sound, guttering. And the fact that they're going down to war, it sort of elevates the idea of peace, and going down to war is something that is despicable, that's inferior, that's not wanted. And so guttering down to war sounds like a really sort of subversive idea, like a libertine to his grave. So we have a simile over there. And libertine is a person who freely indulges in pleasures without really thinking about it. So it's referencing once again that idea of the jungle code, the idea that when war happens, we sort of suspend our humanity. We don't follow we don't follow just ideas. We just sort of follow, basic instincts and give in to things instead of thinking things through, having a heart, having a mind. We sort of become dehumanized when we're fighting in war, according to the speaker. We should not be surprised. We knew it happened before. So we using the reference to society over there, the inclusive pronoun. And he's very frustrated and resigned in this statement. He says, well, we shouldn't be surprised at all. This has happened before. We've seen politicians, how they're hypocritical, how they talk about peace, but they never actually have the heart and mind to actually create it. They're too corrupt. They're too selfish after their own, into everything for their own benefit, and letting innocent people suffer as a result by continuing this cycle of wars. So he says, actually, we should be resigned to the fact that we've seen this happen before. This is why he keeps asking this question, because he knows that there's a cycle, and he's asking now, is the cycle going to be everlasting? Is it just going to keep on continuing? Shall it be so again? Call not upon the glorious dead to be your witness then. The living alone can nail their promises to the ones who said, it shall not be so again. So moving into the final stanza, the speaker shifts from being really quite resigned, especially in the final line of the previous stanza, to now being a bit more assertive. He says, shall it be so again? So he changes up the modal verb over there to make an impact. And then he uses call, which is an imperative, starting off this statement with a verb. And he says, call not upon the glorious dead to be a witness then. He says, you cannot call upon the dead, the soldiers who have died, to be the witness for the promises that peace will actually happen, because clearly we haven't, learned our lesson from their deaths. And he tells us not to rely on these dead honorable soldiers. They've sacrificed their lives. Now, he says, it's up to the living to actually be the ones to fight against this idea of war. He says the living alone can nail their promise to the ones who said, it shall not be so again. The use of the word nail, it's imagery of like a nail being hammered into the wall, and it needs to be done with a lot of effort, a lot of harshness, and a lot of assertiveness. And so that's what he's saying over here. The lesson that we need to take from all this is that the dead have done enough to teach us this lesson and to make us believe in peace, but now it's up to the living to hold our politicians accountable, to nail the promises to the ones who said it shall not be so again. Those politicians, our leaders, said that they would put an end to war, that they would foster peace. So we need to hold them accountable for their promises so that actually we can answer that question of no, hopefully not. We will break the cycle and hold our politicians accountable so that we do not have this continuous and endless cycle of war and violence and brutality. And we fix that corruption by ensuring that we remind the politicians and our leaders of the promises they made to our society. If we look at the structure of the poem, it has a really slow pace. There's long sentences, and this is because the speaker's words have been carefully considered, and he wants his readers to read really carefully, unlike the politicians who seem to act impulsively and irrationally without thinking. There is some enjambment, but there's also some end stop lines, and there's also caesura when there's a pause or full stop in the middle of the line. And this combination shows the sense of the unpredictable nature of war. It shows that war is continuing, but also highlights how the speaker desires it to end. So we have some of those end stop lines showing that he hopes it to end, but ultimately the enjambment continues. And the enjambment shows the continuation of war, but also the continuation of the speaker's frustration, how he's letting out all of his anger in this poem. There's lots of rhetorical questions showing the speaker's incomprehension of the evil nature of politicians and how it's absolutely unbelievable how the same thing keeps happening and we never seem to learn our lesson. The tone of the poem is at different times melancholic, angry, bitter, cynical, despairing, commanding, assertive, adamant, and resigned. The mood is ominous, angry, and frustrated. The theme and message is about politicians and corruption with those in power, with our leaders, that they can be manipulative. It's about the tragedy of war, the promise and the longing for peace, holding politicians accountable, and the older versus the younger generation. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like the video and to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to another Tri-tutors video. In today's video, I wanted to go through some questions and model answers for two of the IEB poems this year. I constructed this sort of exercise sort of to mimic how it will be asked in your final exam with 15 marks based on two poems with an intertextual question at the end. So obviously I have no idea what poems are going to come up in your exam. I've just chosen two of them and I thought we could work through them together so that you can understand exactly what markers are looking for in these styles of questioning, and so that you know what to give in your answers and how to break down the question. So we're going to go through the questions first, and then I'll encourage you to pause the video to try write your answers yourself and then resume the video when you're ready to mark it through. So the first three questions are based on the tenant. The tenant. There is no room for you in my heart. The only tenant who ever lived there left some luggage behind. I didn't evict her. She simply left without a word. I keep hoping she will come back and collect the luggage, or at least arrange for disposal, clean out the place, throw out old memories. I could possibly live with the marks on the wall. Some are completely indelible. Some I even like. But you see, I am afraid, if it all goes, what will I do with all that empty space? So as you can see, the first step to answering poetry questions is to reread the poem. Obviously, you've seen this poem before, you've studied this poem, but have a quick read through it to make sure you are all caught up on all the themes and all the figures of speech and all the poetic devices, because obviously you've studied 16 poems at this point, so you need to make sure that you just refresh your memory. So read through the poem again, whether it's in your reading time or before you start answering your poetry questions. The next step would be to read through the questions, and as you read through the questions, you should be taking a highlighter or a pen or a pencil and circling the key words of the question. And specifically, you should be circling where your marks are coming from. So it's quite similar to what I spoke about in my comprehension video in terms of how you need to be approaching the question, you need to sort of step into the marker's shoes and try and figure out where's the marker allocating these marks. How am I going to ensure that I've given enough information so that I can get the maximum amount of marks? So question number 1, starting off really strong with a 4 marker, refer to the title of the poem. Evaluate whether the title enhances or distracts from the tone and theme of the poem. So as you can see, there's a lot going on in that question. So instead of being overwhelmed by it, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and circle where our marks are coming from. So immediately I can see I'm going to need to refer to the title. So I'm going to have to explain the title, and refer means quote as well. So I'm going to have to make close reference, quote the title, explain the title for 1 mark. So I would circle title. The next thing I see I need to do is I need to explain the tone of the poem, and then I'm also going to have to explain the theme of the poem. So already I've racked up 3 out of the 4 marks. And lastly, I'm going to have to give a logical reason as to why the title enhances or distracts from this tone and theme. So I've got there 4 different things to focus on, and I can already see I can have a nice long answer, full sentences, 4 full sentences, going through each of those points that I've discussed to make it a complete answer. Number 2, refer to line 1, explain the effectiveness of the choice of pronoun, 2 marks. So what I need to do over here is I first need to state what the pronoun is. I need to quote it and say what type of pronoun it is, and then I'd circle the word effectiveness, and I need to talk about why that choice of pronoun is effective. And number 3, refer to stanza 4. Explain what the speaker means when it is related that some are completely indelible. So honestly, this is one of the simpler questions that you could be asked because it's purely about meaning. So what I would do over here is I would make sure to underline the quote and make sure I explain that quote on a sort of literal, very basic level, and then I would highlight what the speaker means, and I would explain this quote in terms of the message of the poem, what the speaker might mean by this line. So I'd encourage you to pause and to try write your answers out for these 3 questions. Now that you're back, let's move to the second half. Strangers forever. Each of us is a passenger seated in one huge compartment, going we do not know where, all strangers, thrown together by chance, who travel without arriving. Who can read the whispers of your mind when they are hidden even from you? Though you open a window in the chambers of your heart, though you strive to say what you feel, and in striving reach a state of understanding, there is still one part, one small part that remains your own, one part that neither I nor anyone else will ever penetrate, forever strangers. So refer to the poem Strangers Forever. Question 4 is referring just to this poem. Who can read the whispers of your mind when they are hidden even from you? Explain the meaning of these lines in the context of the poem. 3 marks. So do you see over here, I'm going to have to explain the meaning of the lines, and then I'm going to have to explain the context of the poem. Now that only adds up to 2 things. So I'm going to have to make sure that for either the meaning or the context, I explain it very thoroughly, that I give a quote, and that I really explain myself so that I can get that maximum 3 marks. And preferably explain 2 different aspects of the meaning or 2 different aspects of the context to get to those 3 marks. And then question 5 is our intertextual question, where we need to refer to both The Tenant and Strangers Forever. Refer to the poems The Tenant and Strangers Forever. The poems utilize similar structures. Critically compare the poet's decisions to present their poems in this way. So with an intertextual question, you can either have one where it's just discussing the 2 different poems and their utilization of a certain technique, like this one. Sometimes it could be which one does this thing in a better way. And other times it could be, does this poem support another one? For any of those styles of questions, we have to follow the same techniques as for our other poetry questions, and even the same techniques that we would follow in a comprehension. We circle those key words, we circle where our marks are coming from, we explain each poem thoroughly, and then at the end we sort of come to a logical conclusion and we explain our reasoning, why the one is better than the other, why they support each other, or in this case, we are just having a discussion as to how they use structure effectively. So take a pause and complete these last 2 questions. So I hope that you've given them a go. What we're going to do now is get on to some of the model answers. Now remember, this is English, so no one's going to have the exact same answers as each other. So I've just written out a couple answers which I think would work. If you have different interpretations of the poem, that is perfectly fine. That is the beauty of poetry. It's about, though, what I really want you to focus on as I go through my answers is focus on how they're structured and how much information is given for the mark allocation that was given. So that's what you really need to be focusing on is the answering techniques, how I use the words of the question to guide the answer, how I've integrated quotes or utilized quotes as proof, but also explain the quotes, and also how much is written per mark allocation. So let's take a look and mark along as we go. So question 1 was refer to the title of the poem, evaluate whether the title enhances or distracts from the tone and the theme of the poem. So I've written over here. I've tried to keep these answers as simple as possible, really showcasing where the marks are coming from. The title of the tenant indicates a person who rents a space for a temporary amount of time. The title serves as an extended metaphor as the tenant represents the ex-lover who has left memories behind for the landlord who is the speaker. The tone of the poem is reflective and melancholic as the speaker reflects on the ex-lover will come back and collect the luggage. The theme of heartbreak and the ending of a relationship is seen when the speaker proclaims to a prospective lover that there is no room for you in my heart. Ultimately, the title enhances the tone and the mood as it emphasizes the speaker's melancholy of how the relationship did not last forever like a tenant who was only there for a short amount of time. So as you can see over here, it actually lands up being 5 sentences, but the first 2 sentences are just for 1 mark, is really explain that title thoroughly. The next sentence you can see said the tone of the poem, so it's very clear what that sentence is intended to do and what mark I'm intending to get for that sentence. Then I've moved on to the theme, and then lastly I've ended off with ultimately, where I've given my final answer, which is that it enhances. I see there I wrote tone and mood. It should have been tone and theme based on the question, so my apologies for that. And then I've used a keyword over here, which is emphasizes. So I've said that this title enhances because it emphasizes, and then I've explained what it is emphasizing and how it relates to the title. So just like in a maths question where you have to show all your working of how you get to a certain answer, the same thing applies for English. You have to walk me through your lines of reasoning and all the proof that you have in order to get to a conclusion and to make a statement. Remember as well is that you need to include quotes, especially if it's 3 marks or more. So make sure you include quotes and that you explain your quotes. Question 2. Refer to line 1. Explain the effectiveness of the choice of pronoun. The first line uses the second person pronoun of you. That's already 1 mark, quoting the pronoun and saying what type of pronoun it is. Now, the second mark actually explaining its effectiveness. The choice of pronoun emphasizes the authenticity of the poem, as the speaker is talking directly to a new potential lover and claiming that he is not yet over his previous relationship. Like I said, you can use your own words with this. You don't have to, obviously you can't have used the exact same words as I have, but that sort of idea needs to come across and it needs to be well explained. Question 3. Refer to stanza 4. Explain what the speaker means when it is related that some are completely indelible. This line shows how some marks left on the wall by the tenant cannot be altered or removed. The speaker uses this imagery to emphasize how the memories of the former beloved cannot be undone and that some memories will stay with him forever. Moving on to question 4. Who can read the whispers of your mind when they are hidden even from you? Explain the meaning of these lines in the context of the poem. These lines refer to the theme of the poem, which is how we cannot know others. They remain strangers to us forever. The speaker says that we are strangers forever because we do not even know ourselves, so how can we be expected to know anyone else? The context of this poem is about a train full of passengers. The speaker uses this context to emphasize his message that just a bunch of strangers on a train don't know each other, so too we don't know ourselves. So here you can see I've given 1 mark for the meaning, 1 mark for the context, and 1 mark linking them together. And question 5, our intertextual question, refer to the poems The Tenant and Strangers Forever. The poems utilize similar structures. Critically compare the poet's decisions to present their poems in this way. And just a little bit of a hint with any of your poems, when you're ever struggling with something to say, or you feel like you're not using enough sort of poetic terminology, I would always reach for words like tone, theme, mood. They are usually going to help you quite a bit when you are answering your questions. So you can even see in question 4, I brought in the theme because I felt like I needed some sort of poetic device or poetic terminology. And you're going to see in question 5, because we are talking about structure, but when we're asked to why the poets are presenting their poems in this way, it's going to be effective to link it to the theme or the message in some way. The structure of the tenet is filled with enjambment and caesura, whilst having no fixed rhyme scheme or stanza regularity. This is used to emphasize how the speaker is talking from his heart in an authentic way and is not worrying with conventional structural elements of the poem. Lines 2 to 4, the only tenant who ever lived there left some luggage behind, uses enjambment to reinforce the continued heartbreak the speaker feels. The structure of Strangers Forever is one long stanza written in free verse with much enjambment. Lines such as each of us is a passenger are spread over many lines to emphasize the directionless nature of life, which is unstructured, and the continuation of the train journey, which is life. Ultimately, the structures of both poems emphasize their respective themes. They both use enjambment and a lack of structure, but the tenant uses it to show heartbreak, while Strangers Forever uses it to express a sentiment about life. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. Please remember to like and subscribe. Good luck for your exams. I hope that you found going through those questions in that way to be of assistance. As I said earlier, I don't know what the poems are going to be, but hopefully if you follow the structure of reasoning and structure of answering, then you will feel confident in the exam. So good luck.